Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The cowboy voice lowered, steady the rain that tapped against the canvas. Now, Tobias Clay was a man of roads, always riding the foe of goods and people. Then Miriam Hayes was a woman of the stars. Not the stars that glitter above us tonight, though she loved them too, but the stars men followed when they wandered lost. She built her fortune on something most folks overlook. The maps in their heads were never enough, and maps on parchment often lied. She brought truth to the trails, and truth, as it turns out, became worth more than gold. Miriam grew up in a family of surveyors, her father a man who carried chains, compasses, and worn notebooks across endless plains. She followed at his heel, eyes sharp, learning how the lay of the land spoke in lines and curves. By the time she was 16, she could measure a river bend by sight and trace its fall to where it'd likely meet another. While other girls embroidered or baked, Miriam sharpened quills and charted ridges, her hands ink-stained but sure. Now, most maps in those days were patchworks of guesses. Men drew them from memory or copied the copies of others until every bend in the trail grew crooked, every mountain misplaced. Miners lost loafs, caravans lost wagons, settlers lost their lives because a dotted line pointed to a waterhole that didn't exist. Miriam saw that problem plain today, and where others cursed it, she saw the fortune in fixing it. She started by selling her father's surveys, walking into saloons with rolled parchment and laying them out to treasure maps. "This is the real water is," she'd say, tapping with her finger. "This is the pass clear enough for wagons, and heed the ridge no sane man ought to climb." Folks tested her maps, and when they saw she was right, they paid dearly to have a copy. Soon, she wasn't just the surveyor daughter, she was the map maker who saved lives. But Miriam wasn't content with scraps of trade. She traveled herself, riding with mule teams, climbing cliffs, sleeping under the stars while her compass and sextant caught the night sky. She cross-checked the heavens with the earth, letting no error creep into her lines. She sold her maps to traders, ranchers, railmen, and soldiers. Each paid, not just that her work was fine, but because her maps meant survival. The turning point came during the gold rush up north. Hundreds of prospect cod poured into the wilderness, carrying maps that led them into swamps, dead-end, or worse, bandit country. Miriam rode through, studied the rivers, carved the right paths, and came back with a chart that cut the travel time in half. Prospectors formed her cabin, begging for copies, paying in raw nuggets. Some said she made more gold that month selling maps than the miners pulled from the ground. Her wealth grew, but she kept reinvesting. She hired young men and women, trained them in her ways, sent them across the country to chart every valley and peak. Soon the Hayes charts became the standard, carried by lawmen, army captains, and pioneers. She trademarked her seal 2 stars, crossed by a compass, and folk came to trust it ex scripture. Miriam's genius wasn't in precision, it was in vision. She realized that maps weren't bet guides, they were power. With them, she influenced where towns sprouted, where railroads laid tracks, where ranchers grazed cattle. She sold not just affection, but destiny, and with every sale, her fortune deepened. She never grew greedy. Her prices were fair but steady, enough to build schools which young surveyors learned, enough to fund expeditions that pushed farther west, enough to keep her people loyal. Miriam built not just a company, but a legacy, one that shaped the very bones of the frontier. When she grew old, she still sat under the stars, compass in hand, her map spread across her lap by children she'd birthed. On her deathbed, she told her apprentices, "Wealth is where men get lost. If you can guide them true, they'll pay you for it, and they'll bless your name for it too." When she passed, riders carried her body atop a wagon, draped in her maps, each town along the trail hanging her seal on their doors. They said the land itself bowed in gratitude, for she had given it a voice. The cowboy leaned back by the fire, draw in a slow breath the night, sighed around him. Miriam Hayes proved fortune can come from clarity. When the world is clouded with guesswork, the one who draws truth on paper builds not just wealth but trust. And trust, my friends, is worth more than the richest vein of silver. The rain softened, the flames hissed, and the story settled over the camp like a blanket, warm and sure. There was a hush in the camp, the kind that follows after a tale well told, when the cowboy leaned in again, his voice carrying low thunder rumbling on a far horizon. Now, if Miriam Hayes carved her fortune with maps, guiding men across deserts and ridges, then Silas Boone earned his by saying less than any man you'll meet. Funny, ain't it? Folks spend most of their days filling the air with chatter, but Silas, he learned that silence itself could be spun into gold if you knew how to wield it. Silas wasn't born into riches. He grew up in a clapboard shack where the roof rattled with every storm and meals were thin and gruel. His father was a trapper, always away, and his mother worked her fingers raw taking and mending for miners. Silas had no fine loads, no grand education, just sharp eyes and ears that never missed a thing. While others talked, he listened. While they bragged, he watched.
By the time he was grown, he'd learned the world's greatest secret. Most men give away their fortunes with their mouths, and most never even know they've done it. At first, Silas used that silence in the saloons. He'd sit at a corner table, nodding, and men poured out their troubles. Water running low on my claim, the bank sniffing around my ranch. I hear the new rail spur headed even town. Every word was treasure to Silas. He never offered advice, never interrupted, just listened. Then, when the time was right, he acted. Bought up a plot when water ran sure. Secured grazing land before the bankers caught scent. Staked claims along the line where the trail would one day sing. It didn't take long before folks noted Silas always seemed one step ahead. When others lost their shirts, he was already counting his winnings. Some called him lucky, but luck had little to do with it. Silas simply let others do the talking and built his fortune out of what they revealed. Now, fortune built on silence don't just come from listening, it cuts from choosing words, like a blacksmith choosing steel. Silas spoke only when he had to, and when he did, every syllable carried weight. In a land of boasting men, his few words cut deeper than a shouted speech.
At auctions, when men yelled their bids, Silas would raise a hand, quiet fade a shadow, and the room would fall still. 100, he'd say, and no one dared to challenge him, for the weight of his silence carried more power than their noise. As his wealth grew, so did his legend. Ranchers sought him out, begging for advice, but Silas never gave it away free. He'd listen, nod, maybe mutter a single word. Sometimes the big force of a man like. Self-way, Northmen paid dearly for those words, more than they'd pay for a preacher's sermon, for they knew each word Silas spoke came after hours, maybe days, of quiet thinking. His most famous stroke of genius came during a drought. The land cracked, cattle died, and wells dried to dust. Men clamored, shouted, panicked. Silas said nothing. He just studied maps, walked riverbeds, and listened to the old talk of native folk who knew the land's secrets. Then, one night at a town meeting, while voices clashed and tempers boiled, Silas stood. He raised a hand and silence fell. "Dig east," he said. 3 words, just 3. The next week they struck a hidden aquifer. Water gushed, crops grew, and the town was saved. Folks blessed his name as though he were a prophet. Silas sold rights to the water, steady and fair. And from that silence came one of the richest fortunes in the territory. But Silas never Lord Dodd his wealth. He lived in a modest cabin, ate simple meals, wore plain clothes. His treasure was the calm in his heart, the knowledge that, while others wasted breath, he had strength. He funded schools, helped widows, and kept his dealings honest. Men trusted him, not because he said much, but because when he spoke, they knew he meant it. When he grew old and his hair turned silver moonlight, folks asked him his secret. He leaned close, whispering like a secret shared at a campfire. Gold lies in the gaps between words. Let a man talk, and he'll tell you what it hides. Hold your tongue, and you'll live to collect it. The cowboy eyes softened in the glow of the fire, and he finished. Silas Boone proved that silence, wielded right, can be sharper than a knife, richer than a mine. In a world loud with lies and promises, the man who listens shapes his own fortune. The rain drummed on, steady and soft, as though tapping applause on the canvas roof. The fire hissed, sparks rising into the dark. And for a while, even the camp itself seemed to honor Silas Boone's gift by sitting in perfect silence. The cowboy leaned back against his saddle, the firelight catching the lines on his weathered days, and with a slow drawl, he carried on. Now, I've told you of maps and silence, but there was another tale that drifted through these parts. A tale of a woman named Clara Sutton, whose fortune was written not on parchment nor in silence, but in the music of her hands. They thought her the songbird of the plains man, though she weren't no bird at that a slip of a woman with calloused fingers and eyes that had seen hunger more times than she cared to count. Yet it was youth that made her rich, and youth that made her remembered. Clara came up hard, same and many in those days. Her daddy was a mill hand who got caught under a wheel, leaving her mother to raise 5 children with nothing but scraps. Clara was the oldest, and she carried her kin on her shoulders like a wagon bearing too much weight. But when the nights grew too heavy, she'd take out a battered fiddle her grandfather left behind and play. The sound was thin at first, scratching more than singing, but over time it grew sweet, mournful, alive. By 16, her bow could bring a room to tears or laughter, and that was a power Clara came to understand. Music could move men more than gold, could soften hard hearts, could open doors bolted shut. The cowboy leaned back against his saddle, the firelight catching the lines on his weathered days, and with a slow drawl he carried on. Now, I've told you of maps and silence, but there was another tale that drifted through these parts. A tale of a woman named Clara Sutton, whose fortune was written not on parchment nor in silence, but in the music of her hands. They told her the songbird of the plains neck, though she weren't no bird at that a slip of a woman with calloused fingers and eyes that had seen hunger more times than she cared to count. Yet it was youth that made her rich, and youth that made her remembered. Clara came up hard, same and many in those days. Her daddy was a mill hand who got caught under a wheel, leaving her mother to raise 5 children with nothing but scraps. Clara was the oldest, and she carried her kin on her shoulders like a wagon bearing too much weight. But when the nights grew too heavy, she'd take out a battered fiddle her grandfather left behind and play. The sound was thin at first, scratching more than singing, but over time it grew sweet, mournful, alive. By 16, her bow could bring a room to tears or laughter, and that was a power Clara came to understand. Music could move men more than gold, could soften hard hearts, could open doors bolted shut. At first she played in saloons, where drunks hollered and glasses shattered, but her youth cut through. Headed men who had been brawling one moment found themselves quiet the next, leaning in to listen. Ranch hands would pay the day wage deep to hear her play a walk that reminded them of home. Miners, covered in dust and sweat, would sit with hats off, eyes shining. Her bow slid across strings like water over stone. Now, the others saw entertainment. Clara saw commerce. She began writing her own tunes, ballads about the land, about the hopes of the poor and the pride of the wanderer. Folks bought her scribbled sheets for pennies at first, then dollars. Soon enough, her song spread wider than her fiddle could reach. Every campfire, every saloon, every parlor seemed to echo her music. She'd taken the sorrow of her childhood, spun it into melody, and men paid gladly for the chance to hold it in their hands. It wasn't just money, no. Clara knew how to build her fortune with care. She refused the quick offers from slick city men who wanted to buy her songs outright. A tune like land, she'd say, you don't sell it once, you lease it forever. And so she kept the rights to her work, demanding a share of every performance, every copy sold. Folks laughed at her stubbornness, but years later, when her songs were being played on stages far grander than any saloon, it was Clara who collected steady streams of coin, while others who sold out sat penniless. Her sharpest move came during the winter of '73, when the railroad brought newspapermen and printers through the plains. Clara struck a deal to have her music published proper, with her name stamped bold on every page. Within a year, the Prairie Waltz and the Minor Lament were being played from Kansas to New York. She toured not at a beggar-fitted and smoky bars, but that a respected artist on polished stages. Her fortune grew, but more than that, her legacy spread like wildfire across the land. Now it might say music is fragile, that it drifts away on the air and leaves nothing behind, but Clara proved different. With every note, she built something solid as stone, ownership, respect, wealth, and she never forgot her roots. She built a school for poor children, teaching them to read notes as well as letters, to give them the chance she never had. A melody, she'd say, is a kind of money that lives inside you. Spend it well, and it never runs out. By the time her hair turned silver, Clara Sutton was richer than most bankers, but she still played her fiddle each night, sitting by her fire, letting the music roll out into the dark. When she passed, the townsfolk buried her fiddle alongside her. Strings silent at last, but her fortune, her true fortune, was already woven into the land memory. Even now, when a fiddle sings in the night, they say it carries a whisper of Clara Bow, reminding us that even in the harshest places, beauty can be a man or a woman's greatest treasure. The cowboy fell quiet then, the flames popping, as if keeping rhythm with the memory. So you see, he muttered, drawing his coat tighter, gold ain't always dug from the ground, and fortune ain't always bought with silence. Sometimes it's born from song, from the courage to claim what your heart creates, that the wealth that lasts longer than any vein of ore. The rain whispered steady against the earth, blending with the crackle of the fire, and the story of Clara Sutton drifted into the night like a tune too fine to forget. The cowboy spat into the embers and let the smoke curl upward, his eyes half closed against the rain hissing on the coals. Now, he said, voice slow at a river current, there was a man named Elijah Crane, known round these parts as the unlucky gambler. Folks whispered his name with a grin, for he never seemed to win a hand of poker, never rolled the dice right, and never pulled the high card when it counted. But strange as it sounds, it was illusion that made him one of the richest men in 3 territories. Elijah had drifted west with little more than a deck of cards in his pocket and a grin that could charm snakes out of the grass. He fancied himself a gambad, but luck never walked beside him. Time and again he'd sit at tables in smoky saloons, stake what little he had, and watch it slip away like sand from fingers. Other men would have cursed the heavens, turned bitter, maybe quit and taken up shovel or pick. But not Elijah. He laughed with each loss, shook hands with the winners, and studied every twitch of their faces, every tremor in their voices, every greedy gleam in their eyes. It was in losing that he found his education. Each coin that left his hand bought him knowledge. How men lied, how they bluffed, how they counted cards, how they let greed blind them. He saw patterns, but others saw only chance. And when men left the tables fat with his money, Elijah left with something more valuable thence. Over time, folks began to notice. They saw that the unlucky gambad always returned, pockets never truly empty. They didn't know he'd taken to writing down his observations in a little leather book, scribbling late into the night by lantern glow, each page filled with the psychology of greed, the mathematics of chance, and the stories of men undone by their own pride. Unlike me, let's correct you. One night, sitting in a Denver saloon, a newspaperman watched Elijah lose 3 hands straight and still leave smiling. Curious, he asked what kind of fool carried himself so easy while getting fleeced. Elijah showed him a few pages of that notebook, explained how luck weren't real, only patterns in human folly. The newspaperman saw gold in those words and offered to print them. Soon, the Denver Chronicle ran Elijah essays under the heading, The Gambin Ledger. Folks ate it up. Farmers, miners, bankers, everyone wanted to understand chance, to tame luck, to profit where they had once stumbled. Elijah's column spread to other papers, and before long, he was collecting royalties steadier than any poker winnings get brought. His writings turned into a book, The Mathematics of Fortune, which sold from New Orleans to San Francisco. Irony was thick. The man who never won a game became the teacher of fortune to thousands. But Elijah didn't stop there. With the money flowing in, He bought a string of saloons, not to gamble in, but to own the tables men played on. He hired honest dealers, took a cut from every pot, and watched day fools lost and winners strutted just as he once had, only now he was the house, and the house never truly loses. His empire stretched across the frontier, each saloon a steady stream of income, built on the lessons of 1,000 defeats. He lived comfortable, but never proud. To the end of his days, Elijah claimed, every loss I took was just an investment. Luck a story men tell themselves when they don't understand the numbers. I gave up luck the day I realized even losing can be profitable if you can eat way attention. And when he finally passed, his funeral was crowded with gamblers, miners, newspapermen, even bankers. They said the rain fell soft that day, the dice rolling across a green table, and that somewhere Elijah was laughing still, smiling at the greatest gamble of life itself. The cowboy leaned forward, poking the fire, his voice a whisper now. So remember, partners, sometimes fortune ain't found in winning. Sometimes it's the losing that teaches you with the gold hid. Elijah Crane proved that a man can stumble his way straight into success, if only he's smart enough to learn from the ground he falls on. The wind whistled low, and the story drifted into the night like smoke, lingering long after the words were done. The cowboy tipped his hat back, eyes glinting in the firelight. Now I recall another tale, he murmured, voice rumbling deep, beat thunder over the plains. It about a widow woman, Sarah Whitfield, who folks once pitied it unlucky. Her husband Caleb was a rancher of the old sort, big dreams, bigger debts. He left her with little more than a sagging barn, a few sickly cattle, and a pile of IOUs from every merchant in town. Folks figured she'd lose the ranch within a year, sell the land for pennies, and fade into his cousin's spare room. But Sarah, she wasn't made of brittle stuff. She was steel wrapped in homespun cloth. Instead of letting herself be broken, she started by taking a good hard look at those IOUs. Caleb had been careless, borrowing and gambling with credit. But Sarah saw something else, a record of who owed who, which suppliers were steady, and which neighbors were stretched too thin. While everyone else groaned about debts, Sarah studied them like a map. She realized debt wasn't just a burden, it was leverage, if handled right. One evening she marched into town, ledger tucked under her arm, and faced the storekeeper who was first in line to collect. She didn't beg, she didn't cry. She offered him beef, not from her own dwindling herd, but from cattle she knew another rancher was overstocked with. She proposed a trade. He'd settle her late payments in cuts of meat, bought on credit from one neighbor and delivered straight to another. The storekeeper, half amused, half impressed, agreed. Sarah walked out, having paid off one debt with another, but in a way that balanced both sides of the scales. That was her start. While others saw chaos, she saw opportunity. She became the quiet broker of her county, swapping grain for beef, timber for tools, wool for seed. Her kitchen table turned into a barter exchange long before banks took hold in those parts. And every trade she brokered, she took her small cut, not cash, but goods she could stockpile. A few sacks of flour, a nails there, a barrel of lamp oil. Before long, her barn was fuller than it had been in Caleb's time. The townsfolk stopped seeing her a widow to pity, and started seeing her as someone you couldn't do business without. Ranchers came to her when they needed seed but had no coin. Merchants came to her when their shelves ran bare. Even the blacksmiths sought her out when iron prices soared. Sarah always found a way to match needs, turning shortages into trades and debts into favors. Years rolled on, and the Whitfield place grew into something unusual. A ranch with no cattle worth mentioning, but warehouses stocked high with goods. By the time the railroad carved its way through the valley, Sarah was ready. She'd piled up stores of grain, timber, and hides, buying when prices were low, trading when folks were desperate. When the rail companies came looking for bulk supplies, hers was the only stockpile that could fill the order. They paid her in hard cash, silver by the chest, and overnight, the widow became one of the wealthiest landowners in the territory. Yet she didn't flaunt it. Sarah kept living simple, her house plain, her dresses no finer than they'd been when Caleb was alive. "I meant it. You won't be to mourn at no warm," You crash him or they go. You be the whole bad man. Wow. Big imagine didn't make them need do you? I was lost in that. Loads of grain, timber, and hides, buying when prices were low, trading when folks were desperate. When the rail companies came looking for bulk supplies, hers was the only stockpile that could fill the order. They paid her in hard cash, silver by the chest, and overnight the widow became one of the wealthiest landowners in the territory. Yet she didn't flaunt it. Sarah kept living simple, her house plain, her dresses no finer than they'd been when Caleb was alive. But she sent her children east for schooling, donated timber for the church roof, and quietly bought parcels of land whenever a neighbor folded under debt. Within 20 years, she held more acres than any rancher in the county, though most folks never realized it till they were signing her name on deeds. When she passed, the preacher said she had turned dust into gold with nothing but a sharp eye and an iron will. Folks nodded, remembering the trade she'd brokered, the fairness she upheld, and the ways he proved that even a woman alone could outwit the storms of fortune. Her ledger, bound in cracked leather, was left to her eldest daughter. Some say that book still exists, its pages filled not just with numbers, but with a philosophy yet steady as the mountains. Wealth comes not from what you hold, but from how you move what others can't. The cowboy voice trailed off into the hiss of rain on the coals. He spat into the dirt and added softer. So if you think fortune passed you by, remember Sarah Whitfield. She didn't inherit riches nor win them in a card game. She built them out of nothing but scraps, debts, and grit. And that, the truest kind of wealth, born from a mind that sees where others are blind. The campfire cracked, shadows stretching long across the darkened ground. For a moment it seemed as though Sarah herself was there, ledger under her arm, eyes sharply flipped. Nodding in quiet agreement, the cowboy leaned closer to the fire, the rain pattering steady on his hat brim, his voice carrying that slow, gravelly rhythm of a man who spent his whole life with dust in his lungs and the horizon in his eyes. Now, I'll tell you of a man named Elias Attar. He weren't no rancher, nor a banker, nor one of those slick-haired gentlemen from the cities. He was a cook, a railroad cook to be exact. Woke up every day before the sun, standing over iron stoves and rickety cars that rattled down half-laid tracks, serving biscuits and bacon to crews who swung hammers and laid steel. Most folks figured a cook like him would die with little more than calloused hands and a belly full of smoke. But Elias, he had eyes, ears, and a brain wired to see more than flour and grease. See, those crews would eat fast, talk loud, and never notice the small details. Elias noticed everything. He saw what supplies got scarce when the trains pulled into new territories. Out west, flour came in wagons, scarce and expensive, so biscuits became a luxury. Down south, sugar flowed plentiful, but coffee ran short. On the plains, meat was cheap, but salt was worth more than a silver dollar.
While the workers griped, Elias made mental notes, passing a map of scarcity and abundance that no railroad manager bothered with. One winter, when the company delayed a shipment of flour, Elias struck his chance. He scraped together his wages, bought out the flour sacks from a nearby settlement where grain was cheaper, and hauled them back to the camps. Instead of cooking them all into biscuits, he sold half the sacks at double the price to the foreman who'd been complaining about shortages. The men thought he was just lucky to find supplies, but Elias knew better. He'd seen the gaps and stepped into half.
That little profit gave him seed money, and he didn't waste it. At every stop, Elias began buying what was cheap and trading it where it was dear. Sugar into coffee country, coffee back into the plains, salt into the mountains, timber down to the desert towns. He kept on cooking in the rail cars, but his side hustle grew bigger than the stew pots he stirred. Soon, railroad workers joked that Elias' biscuits tasted better not cause of butter, but because every one of them was baked with a pinch of profit. Years rolled at steel wheels, and Elias grew shrewd. He struck deals with station masters, greased palms with pies fresh from the oven, and soon had a quiet monopoly on small supplies moving up and down the line. He never cheated, mind you. He just knew feed to stand when everyone else was blind. The real genius came when he realized he didn't need to haul everything himself. He hired young boys, orphans, drifters, sons of workers, paid them fair to carry goods between towns. What started at a cook's sideline turned into a freight network, each biscuit tin or flour sack moving with his name writ quiet on the inside. By the time Elias hung up his apron, he owned warehouses at 3 junctions, had contracts with 2 rail companies, and was loaning out wagons to merchants who couldn't pay for their own. His wealth weren't loud, no polished boots or grand houses, but it was steady like a river. He invested in land near depots, knowing the towns would grow, and bought stakes in mills where the raw goods passed through. When folks asked him how a cook ended up richer than half the cattle barons, he'd laugh that soft-belly laugh and say, "Can't no secret, just listen to what men complain about while they're eating." Inside their gripes is the map to fortune. And truth be told, he was right. While others cursed shortages, Elias Catter built that empire of biscuits and trade. When he passed on, the crews who once ate his cooking built a small memorial near the tracks, a stone carved with nothing but a biscuit and a rail spike. They said it was fitting, a reminder that even the simplest hand, stirring pots, could stir his way into riches with patience, observation, and grit. The cowboy let the story settle, the crackle of firewood and the sigh of rain giving the silence weight. "Remember," he said finally, "eyes far off, wealth don't always start with gold or cattle. Sometimes it starts with biscuits or a ledger or even just listening close while others talk. Fortune favors the one who pays attention, son. That the old magic there is." The rain kept beating on the canvas of the tent, steady at a drum roll, while the cowboy leaned close to the fire, poking at the embers till sparks rose like tiny stars and drifted into the night. His voice dropped softer, carrying that steady rhythm that made a man forget the weight of his troubles. "Now, there's another one I recall, a story about a woman named Clara Bell. She weren't born with much, just a daughter of a seamstress in a backwater town where the streets turned to mud with the first hint of rain. Folks pitied her mama, said she worked too hard for too little, mending clothes no one much cared to keep. But Clara, she watched, she stitched, and she learned that wealth ain't always buried in the gold mines nor roped up in cattle pens. Sometimes it hides in plain sight, right in the fabric of a man's coat. Clara had hands nimble, the hummingbird wings, quick on the needle, sharp in the eye. But her gift went that in sewing seams. It was in seeing patterns. When merchants rode through town, she'd study the cuts of their coats, the cloth they wore, the buttons they fastened. She noted how traders from the north carried heavy wool to keep out the frost, while southern salesmen came in light linden that withered in the rain. Soldiers demanded uniforms that held against dust and long marches, while prospectors tore through boots faster than a blacksmith could hammer nails. Most seamstresses stitched what was asked. Clara stitched what was needed before it was asked. She saved every coin her mama made, buying scraps from traveling peddler's cloth nobody else thought worth a dime. With those scraps, she stitched together something new: work shirts reinforced at the shoulders, jackets lined with cold sea-pep worst, dresses fitted for women who worked the markets all day. Her garments lasted twice as long, and soon enough, word spread that Clara Bell's stitches outlived the very cloth they were sewn on. When the railroad finally reached their little town, Clara made her move. She struck deals with suppliers, ordering cloth in bulk before other seamstresses even thought of it. The station master laughed when she hauled away bolts bigger than she was, but he quit laughing when the merchants bought her goods faster than a train could whistle. She paid boys a nickel a day to carry bundles to camps in mining towns, spreading her name clear across the county. Within 2 years, her humble shop turned into a warehouse lined with shelves of garments, each one stamped with a simple, a needle crossed over a star. See, Clara weren't that selling clothes. She was selling reliability. Men riding into the mountains knew her jackets would outlast the cold. Wives buying dresses knew they'd hold their shape even when money didn't. Her work became currency. Miners traded her shirts for pickaxes. Merchants bartered with bolts of cloth. Farmers paid with grain. By the time she was 30, Clara Bell's name was worth more than half the ranches in the valley. But she didn't stop there. She realized something deeper. Folks trusted her, and with trust comes opportunity. She set aside part of her profits, lending small sums to women who wanted to start their own stalls, bakers, candle makers, even teachers who needed books. Every loan was tied back to her warehouse. every debt repaid with labor or goods that expanded her reach. Before long, Clara Bell wasn't just a seamstress. She was a banker in disguise, her shop humming like a hive, every stitch a thread that tied her tighter to the town fortunes. Years passed, and when men spoke of cattle barons and mine lords, they also spoke of Clara Bell, the seamstress queen, they called her. She never wore jewels, never flaunted her riches, but her quiet empire stretched from one railhead to the next. She left behind not debt wealth, but a legacy of wind she'd lifted, businesses she'd seeded, and a town that prospered unless she saw patterns while others saw scraps. The cowboy leaned back, letting the fire cast long shadows, the rain mixing with the hiss of the wood. His eyes glowed with the memory. Lesson there, son, is that wealth don't always roar in with wagons of gold. Sometimes it whispers through the steady stitching of hands that refuse to let nothing go to waste. Clara Bell proved you can sow fortune from rags if you've got the eyes to see it and the patience to stitch it straight. The night grew quieter, the fire burning lower, but the story lingered in the air like smoke minded that in the vast ledger of life, sometimes the richest tales are written in the smallest of stitches. The fire crackled, spitting sparks into the wet night air, and the old cowboy shifted in his saddle blanket, eyes far off for those seeing the memory etched in the shadows. Now let me tell you about a man named Jonah Pike, he began, slow and measured, his words rolling like thunder on a distant ridge. He weren't no miner, no rancher, no banker's son. Just a drifter with dust on his boots and a knack for smelling opportunity, what others only caught the stench of failure. Jonah started with nothing more than a broken wagon and a mule that looked half-starved. He wandered from town to town, fixing odds and ends, hauling small loads when folks needed muscle. But Jonah's eyes weren't on the few nickels he earned. They were always searching, watching for cracks in the world where a man could slip in and make something more. One day, in a dried-up mining town with saloons outnumbered sober men, he nate something curious, barrels of grain left rotten behind barns, sacks of flour going stale as the mill closed after the vein ran dry. Folks had quit buying, quit dreaming, and quit moving altogether. Jonah saw nothing but wasted supply, and in waste he sniffed fortune. He offered to haul those barrels away for pennies or for free if the owner was desperate. Loaded his wagon with cast-off goods no one wanted, patched up what he could, ground grain by band, baked bread over open flames, and peddled it in the next town over where miners still swung picks and merchants still haggled for every sack. The profit weren't grand at first, but it was steady, and steady meant survival. Soon, Jonah caught wind that other busted towns held the same story. Overstock left to rot, goods too costly to haul back east. He carved a path between the forgotten and the thriving, turning scraps into sustenance. Within a year, his single mule-drawn cart became a caravan too. Then 3 wagons, each filled with what others deemed worthless. He hired boys from the road, paid them fair, and taught them to see what he saw, that the ruin of one man's dream would feed the birth of another. But Jonah's true genius wasn't in trading grain or flour. It was in realizing the value of the trail itself. The wagon roads he traveled were rough, riddled with ruts and bandits. He lost goods, near lost his life more than once. Instead of cussing the road, he fixed it. He patched bridges, filled huts, marked paths where rivers ran shallow. Other wagons started following his tracks, grateful for the smoother ride. Jonah began to charge a fee, not in coin alone, but in goods, favors, labor. He didn't call it a toll, he called it a partnership. Imagine to weight the goods now. If you cartman a general to waiting your slim and a relic claim of your warriors, each filled with what others deemed worthless. He hired boys from the road, paid them fair, and taught them to see what he saw, that the ruin of one man's dream would feed the birth of another. But Jonah's true genius wasn't in trading grain or flour. It was in realizing the value of the trail itself. The wagon roads he traveled were rough, riddled with ruts and bandits. He lost goods, near lost his life more than once. Instead of cussing the road, he fixed it. He patched bridges, filled huts, marked paths where rivers ran shallow. Other wagons started following his tracks, Grateful for the smoother ride, Jonah began to charge a fee, not in coin alone, but in goods, favors, labor. He didn't call it a toll, he called it a partnership. In time, those trails were his lifeline, and every man who traveled them paid tribute in their form. By the time Jonah was gray at the temples, he wasn't another trader. He was the keeper of a network that stretched across counties. His name was whispered in camps and towns alike, the man who could bring you what you needed, who knew which road was safe, and whose wagons always arrived when promised. Farmers planted more, miners dug deeper, saloons poured richer whiskey. All cars Jonah roads made commerce flow like a river in spring. And the twist most folks miss. Jonah never owned a mine nor a ranch, nor even the land his roads crossed, but he owned the flow. He understood that wealth don't just sit in barns or banks, it moved, and if you control the movement, you control the fortune. That's why even bankers bowed when Jonah Pike rolled into town with his wagons creaking full and his pockets jingling louder than the blacksmith hammer. The cowboy voice softened to the rain drummed on. That drifter taught us something I carry to this day. Wealth don't always come from what you keep. Sometimes it cut from what you carry for others, what you mend along the way, and the roads you make passable when no one else dares to try. He poked at the fire, watching flames flare high, like the memory of Jonah wagons crunched in a ridge, silhouetted against a blood-red dawn. The night air hung thick with the smell of smoke and wet earth, and the cowboy tale drifted into silence, leaving only the hiss of rain and the crackle of fire to finish the lesson. The fire had burned down low, throwing only embers and shadows, but the old cowboy voice carried steady, like the creak of leather under a rider who spent too many miles in the saddle. "Now, I reckon I got another tale for you," he muttered, drawing his coat tighter against the drizzle. "This one ain't about no drifter with wagons, nor a woman raking banks with stubborn grit. This ain't about a quiet fella named Elias Boone, a man who knew the worth of patience better than most folks know the worth of gold. Elias weren't born with riches nor with hunger for the gamble. He had himself a small patch of land, barely enough to feed his kin, and a handful of cattle that were more bone than beef. But he had something else, an eye for cycles. While neighbors cursed the seasons, Elias studied them. He marked how the rains came late one year, early the next, how grass grew thick after fire scorched the prairie, how cattle prices rose when drought thinned the herds. He kept track in a little notebook, scratched with numbers and signs, like a preacher keeping score of sin and salvation. Most men sold their cattle when they were hungry for coin, often at the worst of times, when every other rancher was doing the same. Prices dropped, fortunes dried up, and still Elias held firm. He'd work double shifts, eat half-rate, and patch boots with rope before he'd sell at a loss. Patience, he'd whisper, looking at his herd that a man staring at a field of buried treasure. And then it happened. A drought hit hard, meaner than a rat cornered under a rock. Rivers shrank to mud and ranchers panicked, selling off cow by the droves just to keep breath in their lungs. Prices plummeted, ranches folded, whole families left the prairie behind. But Elias, he didn't flinch. He bought. One calf here, 3 steers there, a broken herd for pennies on the dollar. Neighbors thought him mad, whispering he'd starve his family or drown in debt. But Elias just kept scribbling in that notebook, riding out each dawn to haul water and keep his patch alive. 2 years later, the rains returned. Grass grew thick, rivers filled, and cattle prices soared higher than a hawk on a hot draft. Ranchers who'd sold out came crawling back, begging for work. Elias, he was sitting on a herd 3 times the size he'd started with, bought cheap when despair ruled the land. He sold, careful, not all at once, letting the prices climb like ivy on a church wall. By the time he was done, he weren't a rancher, he was a landowner with spread enough to blot out the horizon. But Elias didn't stop at cattle. He took those profits and bought water rights. While others wasted coin on shiny saddles or whiskey, Elias secured streams and dug wells. When the next dry spell came, and he knew it would, he didn't have cattle. He had the very thing cattle and men alike needed most, water. And water made him indispensable. Folks came to him hat in hand, trading land, labor, even loyalty, just for a share of what he'd stored away. The cowboy paused, letting the rain hiss against the coals. See, Elias Boone weren't a gambad nor a dreamer. He was a man who knew the power of patience and the rhythm of nature. Where others saw calamity, he saw a ledger waiting to be written. He proved that wealth don't always come to the boldest or the brightest. It comes to the one who can wait out the storm and buy when others are blind with fear. The embers glowed like watchful eyes, and the cowboy leaned back, his hat brim shadowing his face. That lesson worth more than a vein of silver, because storms always come in markets, in lands, in lives. The question ain't whether they'll come, it's whether you've got the grit to hold steady when they do. Elias had it, and it made him a king on land where most men couldn't even keep a mule fed. The fire popped, spitting sparks into the wet dark, though punctuating the truth of the story with its old voice. The rain eased into a mist, soft as a whisper across the prairie, and the old cowboy took his time stirring the coals back into life, drawing out the glow like he was coaxing a memory from the dark. His voice came low and steady, a gravelly drawl that carried through the night. Now, this next tale ain't about herds nor land rights, he began, but about a man who traded in something lighter than cattle, something you couldn't rope or brand knowledge. And he turned that knowledge into gold, just as sure as Elias Boone turned drought into fortune. The man's name was Levi Harrell, born with more curiosity than coin. He wasn't raised in picked towns nor given books stacked high like city folk. No, sir, his schooling came sitting at saloon tables, listening to merchants jaw about rail lines, miners argue over claims, bankers whisper on interest rates. While others gambled their last nickel on cards, Levi gambled his nights on learning. He scribbled in scraps of paper, drawing maps of who owned what, who was buying iron, who was short on timber, who was about to strike silver. He weren't guessing, he was collecting, piecing together a puzzle that most folks ignored. At first, he used that knowledge modest. He'd tell a farmer when to sell corn, point a drifter toward a town hiring hands, or whisper to a merchant about a wagon train coming, in short on supplies. Folks thought him uncanny, but he had a fortune-tell eye. But Levi never asked for pay, not then. He asked for favors, a warm meal, a roof for the night, a handshake promising help down the road. Favors piled high, quiet and invisible, until he had himself a web of goodwill stronger than any bank vault. Then came the railroad boom. Investors flooded in, starry-eyed and blind to the land nature. They bought too quick, overpaid, and lost fortunes when tracks bent wrong or terrain fought back. But Levi, he knew which valleys ran smooth, which towns had men eager for work, which landowners were desperate enough to sell cheap. He bought land on the edges, spots no one thought worth a nickel, and sold it dear once the tracks needed running straight through. He didn't gamble on steel, he gambled on knowledge, and knowledge never rests. Word spread fast. Soon merchants and bankers sought him out, slipping him notes asking which ventures were worth coin, which mines were salt, which trails were death traps. Levi charged them not in silver nor dollars, but in shares. Give me a slice of your pie, he'd say, and I'll tell you how big that pie'll bake. Bit by bit, those slices turned into feasts. His wealth weren't loud, but steady. While others went broke on a field strike gone sour, Levi spread his stake across rail, grain, timber, and even law offices. Now, Judah Bell, the beauty of it, Levi never lifted a pickaxe nor swung a hammer, yet his coin outlasted Al, who did. He sat at his desk, his ears open wider than his mouth, and let the greedy do the digging while he charted with the gold. Truly lay, he didn't hoard knowledge either. He traded it, always trading, making himself indispensable. A man with money can be replaced. A man with knowledge, well, he, the cornerstone no builder dares pull out. But Levi weren't blind to the dangers of greed. He saw men ruin themselves thinking knowledge was a shortcut, when truth is, it was a discipline. He'd tell young dreamers, what you know ain't valuable if you can't wait for the right moment to isn't. Patience, again, that same old lesson that made Elias Boone a king. Levi just wore it different, like a well-cut coat. By the time Levi hit his twilight years, he owned no ranch, no factory, no mill. What he owned was influence. Judges owed him, merchants feared him, May respected him, and bankers toasted his health. He was rich not just in coin, but in reputation. a man who could predict storms in markets the way an old land reads the sky. And when he finally set down his pen, his ledger was filled not with numbers alone, but with the quiet proof that knowledge, patience, and timing can outgun muscle, outlast luck, and outbuild empire. The cowboy poked at the fire, the sparks scattering thick the ideas Levi once turned into fortunes. "So reckon this," he said, leaning back with a sigh. "Gold can melt, cattle can die, and land can burn. But what you've got up Potter had tapped his temple with a calloused finger that the kind of treasure no storm can wash away." The rain whispered against the earth, and the silence that followed seemed to hold Levi Harold Ghost, nodding in agreement from somewhere in the shadows. The fire burned lower, coals shifting under the cowboy's steady gaze, but his voice carried on like a trail long riding. "Now, let this spin you another yarn," he said, drawl slow and molasses, one that ain't about railroads nor land speculation, but about a woman who saw something most men overlooked, community. While they chased after fortunes like tumbleweeds in the wind, she planted hers like seeds deep in the soil, and in time, that soil gave back tenfold. Her name was Clara May Hollister, a widow before she was 30, left with nothing but 2 children and a debt-ridden store sitting in a town nobody thought would last past the winter. Most would have packed their bags, but Clara May had grit sharper than any blade. She took to running that dreaded store, not as a seller of goods, but a weaver of lives. Folks would wander in needing flour, nails, or cloth, but they left with more than items. They left with advice, introductions, and, most of all, trust. Clara May listened, real careful like, learning who had surplus eggs, who lacked timber, who owed her a favor. Slowly she began arranging swaps, taking a small cut of each, building her margin not on goods but on connection. In those days, coin was scarce. Barter ruled the day, but barter was messy. A man with chickens didn't always need boots, and a woman with yarn didn't always need corn. But Clara May, she became the bridge, smoothing rough trades into fair ones. Folks laughed at first, saying she was just a shopkeeper. But before long, her store was less a store and more a bank without walls, a market without limits. People came not just to buy, but to solve problems. And Clara May, she charged not in greed, but in fairness. That fairness built her a fortune invisible at first, but mighty all the same. When hard times came, blizzards, floods, failed harvests, it was Clara May's system that kept the town alive. She extended credit when no banker dared, not with gold, but with faith. And faith, she knew, was a currency as strong as any minted dollar. She rocked debts in her little ledger, never pressing too hard for repayment, but reminding folks steady the sunrise. In time, most paid back, not because they feared her, but because they respected her. And that respect became her shield, her guarantee, her compound interest. Now, aid the town grew, railroads came sniffing, factories sprouted, and outsiders brought in hard money. While others stumbled trying to catch up, Clara May had already built a network stronger than iron. She shifted from barters to investments, using her goodwill to gather small sums from neighbors and pooling it into ventures, a mill, a cool house, even a stage line. She gave every family a share, small though it was, so prosperity spread like roots instead of stacking in one greedy trunk. And that, friends, is how a poor widow became the richest woman in 3 counties. Not because she clutched every coin, but because she understood that wealth, real wealth, was communal. Her children, raised among ledgers and late-night reckoning, grew to inherit not just her store but her vision. They carried her ways into banks, into councils, into the very bones of the county. Clara May herself lived quiet, never building mansions nor wearing silk gowns. She preferred her apron and her rocking chair, counting her fortune not in gold bars but in school bells ringing, in neighbors eating through winter, in a town that grew from dust to permanence because one woman refused to let hardship be the last word. The cowboy voice softened then, the embers glancing into ash. Clara May knew something every great investor ought to, he said, eyes catching the glow of the coals. Money like rain, you can hoard it in a barrel till it stinks, or you can let it flow through the soil, feeding roots, growing shade, drawing birds. Either way, it don't stay still. She chose the second, and because of it, her name remembered long after others turned to dust. The wind carried a low whistle through the pines, as though the night itself agreed with the cowboy telling. He leaned back, hat-rimmed shadow in his eyes, and for a spell the only sound was the hiss of sap in the fire, steady as the lessons woven through his story. The cowboy cleared his throat, slow and gravelly, though the smoke from the fire had crept down deep into his chest. "Clara May tale don't end with her," he muttered, shifting the brim of his hat back so the firelight lit his weather face. "You see, wealth, when it done right, it don't stop at the grave. It rolls on, changing hands, shaping futures, like a river that don't care who built the dam upstream." Her eldest, Samuel Hollister, grew tall and sharp-eyed, not the kind to speak much, but the sort who weighed every word before it left his lips. Folks call him the ledger man 'cause he carried a small notebook wherever he went, scratching down figures, quotes, and promises the way other men carried pistols. Clara May taught him that numbers could be a weapon sharper than steel, and he wielded them careful. When the bankers came sniffing round, offering loans at interest high enough to bleed a man dry, Samuel countered with something unheard of: community notes. He led townsfolk, explaining plain that he could, instead of begging a banker 3 states away, we pool our funds here. I'll manage it, fair and square, no more than a fair share charged for keeping the wheels turning. It was the same lesson Clara May lived by, just dressed in a newer coat. And sure enough, men and women trusted Samuel like they had his mama. They poured pennies, nickels, and sometimes their last dollar into his scheme. And before long, he had the first proper cooperative bank in the territory. Now, Samuel weren't greedy. He could have taken advantage, charged high, lived fat, but he kept the rates low, just enough to keep the engine humming. Farmers built barns, blacksmiths bought forges, and storekeeps restocked shelves. His little bank was more than a vault. It was hope made solid, and when one man defaulted, Samuel didn't foreclose with the cold hand of law. No, he walked the land with him, looked him in the eye, and found a way. Sometimes that meant taking cattle instead of cash. Sometimes it meant a promise of labor come spring. Folks paid because they wanted to, not because they feared to. That was Samuel's genius. Then there was Leila, Clara May youngest, with hair dark midnight and a mind restless as a river. She had no patience for ledgers nor store counters. No, her heart roamed wider. She looked at the dusty streets and saw something different potential. While her brother counted coins, she counted stories. Leila brought in teachers, doctors, even artists to the town, arguing that a community with only money was half a soul. She built schools not just for reading and writing, but for thinking, taught young'uns about history, science, and the power of imagination. Folks thought her dreaming was foolish, but years later, when her pupils grew into inventors, lawmakers, and builders, they understood that wealth weren't just numbers. It was money set free. The Hollister legacy spread, not at a dynasty of gold, but at a dynasty of trust, education, and fairness. Each child held a piece of their mama vision, expanding it at branches from the same sturdy trunk. Samuel Cooperative Bank gave the town muscle. Leila Schools gave it heart. Together, they built something stronger than any one fortune. A system where wealth grew like wildflowers, scattering seeds so far that even strangers felt its bloom. Now years later, when folks ride through them parts, they see paved streets, fine houses, and a courthouse standing proud. But the real monument to Clara May ain't brick nor stone. It's the stories folks still whisper round fires yet like this. They say, remember when we had nothing? Remember when one woman's courage kept us fed? And in that whisper her fortune still grows, invisible yet indestructible. The cowboy poked the fire, scattering sparks into the night sky. Little stars raking free. There a lesson there, he said softly. Money can be spent, land can be sold, cattle can die, but the way you treat folks, the way you build something that outlasts you, that the only kind of wealth worth carrying into the next generation. Clara May knew that. Her children proved it, and now their story rides farther than any railroad could. The rain began to patter, steady on the cabin roof, and though the heavens themselves were adding rhythm to the cowboy words, his voice dipped low, gently, the lull of a river. That, friends, is how wealth don't just make a person rich, it makes a people strong. The cowboy leaned back, the firelight drawing lines across his weathered face, and he let out a low whistle, like the kind you hear from a train riding far off into the night. Now, don't think Samuel and Lila tale ended in that little town, he muttered, rubbing his calloused thumb along the rim of his tin cup. No, sir, that was just the beginning. Wealth, when it built honest and steady, it grows legs of its own, walking into places the builder never thought to step set in. Samuel Cooperative Bank caught the eye of farmers in the next county over, then the next. They rode dusty roads to see this man who lent money without greed and forgave debt without malice. And Samuel, though careful, knew an opportunity when it stood knocking. He wrote up a charter plain but solid and spread the idea of community funds into nearby towns. Before long, there weren't just one Hollister bank. There were 5, each one run by locals but tied to dead by Samuel's vision of fairness. He didn't call it an empire, he called it neighboring. That word carried more weight than banknotes. Then came the day when one of those banks faced ruin. The drought had burned crops to ash, cattle starved, and men stood hollow-eyed from hunger. The banker there, a man Samuel had trusted, came riding in desperate. He feared the whole town would crumble under debt. Samuel didn't scold nor turn him away. He saddled his horse and rode out. The townsfolk beneath the withered oak, Samuel laid out his day of forgiveness. He tore up ledgers, wiped slates clean, and told them to start anew. A harvest can fail, he said, but people only fail if we let them sink without a rope. The folks were stunned, some cried, some prayed, and others promised to never forget. That act, reckless in the eyes of traditional bankers, cemented his legend. Word traveled faster than rail, and soon people whispered that Samuel Hollister wasn't just a banker, he was a builder of futures. Strangers came, had an end, not for a handout, but for a chance to be part of something larger than themselves. Now Layla, she had her own battles. Her schools rattled the pride of men who thought books were for city folk and fancy ladies. They mocked her, taught her efforts a waste. But when one of her pupils, a boy named Elijah, grew up to design a water wheel that brought irrigation to barren fields, the laughter died. That lead invention saved hundreds from hunger, and it was born in the humble classroom Layla had built with chalk and determination. Her students carried her vision farther than she had dreamed. Some became lawmakers, changing how towns governed themselves. Others became doctors, bringing medicine to places forgotten by maps. Layla's dreams spread not by buildings, but by people, she used to say. A schoolhouse ain't wood and nails. It's every child who walks out with fire in their mind. She believed education was wealth no thief could steal, and she was right. Long after her bones turned to dust, her students kept the flame alive. Together, the Hollister legacy became a braid of muscle and spirit. Samuel Banks feeding the body, Layla Schools feeding the mind. Their mama, Clara May, would have smiled wide seeing how her seed had grown into a forest, but no story rolls smooth forever. Years later, men from the cities came, dressed in suits sharp as knives, bringing promises that glittered at full gold. They wanted to buy out Samuel Network up in sums that no farmer had seen on paper. Samuel's hair had turned silver by then, and his bones ached from long years in the saddle, but his eyes stayed sharp. He read their contracts, flipped through their fine print, and then set the papers ablaze in his fireplace. Wealth built on trust don't get sold like cattle, he growled. The men stormed out, red-faced, but Samuel didn't budge. He'd rather die poor than sell the soul of his mama dream. That decision, stubborn as it was, kept the heart of their work intact. And though hard times came, wars, recessions, storms that ripped roofs clean off, folks endured because they had something no outside banker or politician could steal. A system built by neighbors, for neighbors. The cowboy voice dipped lower, softer now, as the rain outside picked up, drumming steady on the roof. See, what Clara May passed on wasn't a cattle nor coin. It was courage. Courage to stand by your word, to put folks before figures, to build something that outlasts the bones of the builder. That the kind of wealth that don't just make men rich, it makes them whole. He leaned forward, tossing another log onto the fire. Sparks leapt, dancing their restless spirits before they faded into the dark. And that, friends, he said, his eyes distant like he was seeing all those Hollisters standing behind him, is why their name still rides the wind. Not what they had much, but what they gave much. That's the secret. The storm outside carried on through the night, but inside that cabin the old cowboy tale rolled steady, like a river that knew no end. After Samuel set fire to them papers, he began his voice gravel rough but warm. He knew there'd be a reckoning. City men don't take kindly to being told no, especially when there's money at stake. They came back time and den, wearing different smiles, but holding the same chains. Each time Samuel sent M packing, but each refusal put another mark on his back. He knew the day would come when they'd try harder, when they'd send more than just slick words and contracts. That day did come. One night, a group of hired men rode in under moonlight, masks pulled tight, hoping to burn one of Samuel Banks to the ground. But the townsfolk had been warned. Samuel kind of wealth wasn't just about coins and ledgers, it was about loyalty, and loyalty has sharper teeth than any hired gun. When them men set fire to the porch, they found themselves facing farmers with rifles, mothers with lanterns, and children throwing stones. The fire was doused and the intruders ran with their tails tucked. Word spread fast that trying to rake the Hollister Banks was like trying to rake the very we of the land itself. Now Samuel, he didn't boast nor gloat, perhaps a naturalism in the book you saw. He stood before the crowd the next morning, his hair silver in the dawn light, and said plain, money can be rebuilt, but trust must be defended like family. That why we don't guard a bank, we guard each other. Those words carried farther than the smoke from the burned porch, and they became something of a creed. As the years stacked higher, Samuel's health waned. His hands trembled, his breath grew short, but his mind never faltered. He passed the ledgers to a younger man he mentored, a boy whose family once had their debts forgiven in that drought-stricken year. That boy, Thomas Ray, had grown into a steady man with a sharp wit for numbers and a heart that mirrored Samuel. Thomas didn't just carry the books, he carried the spirit Samuel had guarded all his life. Meanwhile, Lila's schools were blossoming into wildflowers after rain. She saw generations of students turn into builders, thinkers, dreamers. The water wheels Elijah had designed grew into irrigation systems spread across counties. Doctors trained under her pupils rode dusty roads to bring medicine wheeze sickness had once reigned. She herself had grown frail, her voice softer than it once was, but whenever she walked into a classroom, children still straightened their backs as though royalty had entered. To them, she wasn't just a teacher, she was the soul of possibility. Now there's a part most folks don't know. Samuel and Lila, sitting on their porch when twilight knew their days were drawing down, they didn't fret nor curse their frailty. Instead, they talked of legacy. Samuel said, "What we've built can be undone if it left rootless." Lila nodded, adding, "Then we must leave roots deeper than memory." Together they drafted a charter, not for a bank, not for a school, but for a foundation to tie dose to death. It wasn't written in fine lawyer words, but in plain speech, to build wealth of coin and mine hand in hand for all who come after. That document, signed with hands shaky but true, outlived them both. After Samuel and Lila passed, the foundation became a beacon. Towns that had never heard of Hollisters learned their name. Money flowed not into pockets but into projects, bridges built, libraries raised, farms steadied. And through it ate Clara May's simple wisdom. That poor widow with nothing but grit shone brightest. For it was her fire Samuel and Lila had carried, each in their own way, that set all this into motion. The cowboy voice softened and the fire in the cabin crackled low. He gazed at the shadows stretching across the log walls, his eyes misting like the rain outside. "You see," he said, "true wealth ain't measured in ledgers nor titles. It measured in how long your deeds keep feeding the hungry, teaching the young, sheltering the weary long after your name been carved on a stone." But that's why Samuel and Lila's story still hangs in the wind like a song. It ain't about riches, it about roots, The storm outbide began to quiet, the rain slowing to a patter like soft applause from the heavens. The cowboy reached for his tin cup, now empty, and let out a long breath. So next time you reckon on money or on success, remember their lesson. You don't build it for yourself, you build it for the ones who'll sit by the fire after you're gone, telling your story the way I just told theirs. The firelight flickered, shadows stretching tall against the cabin walls, as if the spirits of Samuel and Lila themselves lingered, watching over the telling. The cowboy leaned back, drawing a long breath, and carried the story on. Now, after their passing, folks wondered whether the foundation would hold strong without their steady hands. Truth is, most legacies crumble once the founders are gone, like a campfire left untended. But theirs, well, theirs had been built on something more durable than wood or coin. It was built on trust, and trust is a currency no man can counterfeit. Young Thomas Ray, the man Samuel had mentored, took to the helm like a river meets the bend natural, with strength that wasn't his alone, but carried forward from all those who had stood by him. Perhaps naturally. For me, explain me if you think there's means behind the lot. No. Why, there's some twining and goodbye to Bill's pain. Living pain out a steady crop of years. He had her men and women from the very soil, not outsiders looking to line pockets. With every ditch dug and wheel turned, folks began to whisper that the Hollister spirit was alive, riding on the shoulders of a new generation. Now there were trials, no doubt. The railroads, growing greedier, tried to claim the land the foundation had irrigated. Papers were filed, lawyers spat words at vipers, but the people stood in court together, farmers and teachers alike, declaring that this land was fed by sweat and bound by community, not by corporate claims. Judges, pressed by sheer numbers of ordinary folk, ruled against the rails more than once. That was rare in them days, rarer than seeing snow in July, but such was the way of loyalty forged under Samuel and Lila hands. Then came a harsh winter that near wiped out the wheat across 3 counties. Folks were starving, bellies empty, hopes even empty. The foundation coffers weren't endless, but Thomas remembered something Samuel had once said. You guard the grain and you guard the gold. Men starve both in body and in spirit. So Thomas opened the granaries that had been stocked in better years, letting every family draw what they needed without pay. Some said it was reckless that the stores would run out, but a strange thing happened. Families who had little left shared it back, teaching their young to give, not hoard. By spring, when the thaw brought new planting, not a soul had perished of hunger. That spring harvest was thinner than most, but the faith that bound folks together had grown thick, as. Meanwhile, Clara May Name became legend. Her story of enduring poverty, holding fast to dignity, and teaching Samuel the meaning of true wealth was told in every cool house. Children grew up hearing her herald, not the far-off fairy yarn, but the flesh and blood truth. And when those children grew into adults facing their own hardships, they'd whisper her words like prayer. Wealth ain't what you hold, it's what you pass on. The foundation reach stretched wider with every decade. Bridges built from its funds tied towns together with rivers once divided them. Schools sprouted, each one carrying not the Hollister name, but the names of teachers, farmers, and even children who had sacrificed to make them stand. That humility, that refusal to make monuments to themselves, was what kept the flame burning. By the turn of the century, new contraptions rolled into town, telegraphs buzzing, locomotives screaming, even motor cars rattling down dusty streets. Change came quicker than a summer storm. Many feared the old ways would be washed away, that the legacy Samuel and Lila left would be forgotten in the rush of modern marvels. But a fake. The faster the world spun, the more folks hungered for roots, for stories that grounded them. And so, when skyscrapers rose in the cities, men still traveled to small towns where the Samuel ledgers were once balanced. Did to sit in a library built by his hand, or a school raised by Lila boys. They wanted to remember that progress without compassion was disgreaved with polish. Now, not aught was smooth riding. A Great Depression swept across the land, and banks, those high and mighty towers in the cities, collapsed like rotten barns in a windstorm. Families lost everything. But out in the towns tied to the Hollister Foundation, there was no such ruin. Why? Because they had learned to treat coin as a tool, not a master. Their banks weren't fattened by speculation, but steadied by mutual trust. While city bankers jumped from rooftops, farmers out west huddled in schools to share meals, teaching their children hope instead of despair. And word got out. Whole families migrated, looking not for fortune but for community. The cowboy eyes glimmered as he leaned closer to the fire. "You see, friend," he said, "this tale ain't just about two souls long gone. It's about what happens when you tie your wealth to something larger than your own skin. Samuel and Lila, they didn't just leave money, they left a way of living, a blueprint carved not on stone but on hearts. And that's why even iron rails stretched farther and the world grew louder, their fire never went out. It's the kind of flame that don't need tending, 'cause it lives in every hand that gives, in every child that learns, and every stranger welcomed to the table." Outside, the storm had rolled on, leaving behind a hush like the world itself was listening. The cowboy poked the embers, sparks rising like stars into the dark. "Now reckon this," he said, voice low and steady. "If Samuel and Lila would build a legacy out of dust and hardship, what's stopping you?" Every man and woman sitting by a fire got the chance to leave behind something worth more than coin. All it takes is the will to share, the guts to stand, and the faith to keep going when the road turns rough. The cowboy settled deeper into his seat, boots crossed. In the fire spit and crackled war, he muttered, spitting the weight out like a bitter seed. It came rolling round like a thundercloud you cannot run. Boys from every holler, every farm, every street and towns, built on Samuel and Lila dreams, were called to march under flags, heading to battlefields far from the soil they'd tended. Folks feared the fire of the foundation would gutter out, for who'd plant and reap when so many strong hands were sent away? But did the marvel of it, the legacy had grown roots too deep for war to tear up. Women, children, old men, they all rose to shoulder what was left behind. Crops didn't stop sprouting even when plows were pushed by hands soft from book learning instead of calloused by years in the field. Teachers became planters, merchants became builders, and children learned lessons by lantern light after spending their daylight hours hoeing rows. They didn't crumble, they adapted. That the power of a legacy built on unity. When one set of shoulders fell, another stepped in. No fuss, no boasting. Some of the boys who marched never returned, their names etched into stone memorials raised in the town square. But their memory wasn't carved in rock alone. It lived in the projects their sacrifices funded. New roads paved, bridges stretched, schools rebuilt stronger, all made in honor of the ones who gave their lives. Samuel and Lila creed of giving beyond yourself carried straight onto foreign fields where young men shared rider with strangers, refusing to hoard even in the face of death. And those strangers, carrying back tales of kindness, spoke the Hollister name in places Samuel and Lila never could have dreamed. When peace came riding back, battered but alive, the world had changed. Factories belched smoke, machines rolled louder than herds of buffalo, and city folk thought the old ways had been left behind. Yet in every holler and hamlet tied to the foundation, the cowboy spirit held firm. They used machines, sure enough, but not to enslave themselves to greed. They choose to as tools, just as Samuel once said about coin. One farmer wired up a contraption to pump water from wells to fields, not to save his own labor, but to feed his neighbors when drought came knocking. Another with mechanical sense sharper than a porcupine quill's rigged wind turbines that turned breeze into power, lighting lanterns in houses too poor for kerosene. The Depression had taught him resilience, the war had taught him sacrifice, and the machines taught him opportunity. Through every test the creed endured, wealth was on worth the giving. Reckon I'll tell you about young Eleanor Brooks, one of the first women to run the foundation ledger. She wasn't no ordinary bookkeeper. No, she saw numbers, not their coins stacked, but the rivers flowing. She mapped where they came in and where they ought to go, spreading opportunity like water to dry land. Folks doubted her at first. She was a woman in a man's seat, and the menfolk grumbled like bulls fenced in too tight, but Eleanor didn't bend. She balanced books better than any banker and kept her hands open wide for those in need. When a flood near washed out 3 towns downstream, she didn't hesitate, opened up every reserve she could, sending men with timber, supplies, and coin to rebuild. Years later, the very men who doubted her called her the River of Fortune, for she kept flowing, never drying, always feeding the land around her. And she carried Clara May words of scripture, "Wealth ain't what you hold, It's what you pass on. The foundation grew, but it never lost its humble heart. You see, the true miracle was that every generation faced its own temptations. Wars brought power, factories brought greed, machines brought ambition. Yet time and again, when forks in the road appeared, they looked back to that first fire Samuel and Lila lit. They remembered how two souls with nothing but grit turned dust into legacy. And that remembrance was like a compass, steady and sure, pointing true north even when storms raged. By mid-century, their reach stretched clear across states. Hospitals bore the marks of their work, not grand plaques, just quiet halls filled with doctors and nurses trained on scholarships no one flaunted. Orphanages were built when laughter replaced silence, and not a single one carried the Hollister name. That humility, that choice to step back and let others stand in the light, was what made the foundation endure longer than monuments of marble. And so the cowboy leaned back, drawing a deep breath of smoky air, eyes glinting if he saw Samuel and Lila still sitting across from him. "Friend," he said, "you might think this is old dust blowing on the wind, but I tell you, it ain't." This living proof that fortune built on unity, on generosity, on trust, it don't die. It keeps reading forward generation after generation, changing with the times but never losing its soul. He poked at the embers, sparks spiraling up at fireflies, and if there one done to take from it, if this don't let your wealth end with you. Let it ride beyond on the backs of those who will need it most. That the cowboy way, that Samuel and Lila way. Maybe if you listen close tonight, with the rain tapping and the fire glowing, you'll hear their voices reminding you to pass it on. The highways rolled out at steel rivers across the land, stretching far and wide, connecting towns that once felt days apart by horse or wagon. With them came a new wave of commerce, fast food joints, neon motels, and travelers eager to chase opportunity wherever the road might lead. It was a strange time, louder, faster, shinier than anything Samuel or Lila had known, and yet in the hum of engines and the glow of headlights, the foundation found new ways to keep its creed alive. They built rest stops along the byways, not the kind that only sold trinkets and coffee, but havoc and weary drivers could rest without fear of cost. Volunteers poured in, farm wives serving hot stew, church choirs singing hymns on Sunday evenings, and doctors stopping by to give travelers a checkup free of charge. Word spread down the highways until folks called those stops beacons, for they burned with welcome in a world quick to charge for every little thing. But the real test came with television. Suddenly families huddled not round a fire or a book, but a glowing box that sang and shouted every night. Some feared it would drown out the quiet lessons of humility and grit, replacing them with jingles and empty promises. But once again the foundation stepped in, but others saw danger. They funded programs that taught not just arithmetic and reading, but stories of real people who turned kindness into strength. Kids across the country sat wide-eyed as they watched simple plays telling tales of men who gave their last dollar to a neighbor, or women who shared bread with a stranger. It wasn't preaching. No, it was reminding in soft tones that wealth lived in the heart before it had touched the hand. Meanwhile, the highways and the screens birthed new tempting. Advertisers screamed about buying more, wanting more, hoarding more. Folks began measuring themselves by the size of their car fins or the shine of their appliances. But those tied to the foundation carried a different tune. They lived modestly, and when questioned, they'd smile and say, "A new toaster don't warm you half much, but a neighbor, thank you." That kind of quiet conviction had power, even when drowned out by the roar of consumerism. Now, it was during these very years that a man named Henry Dusty McGraw stepped onto the stage. He was a rancher by trade, raising cattle on wide fields that brushed against the horizon. But Dusty had something unusual, a knack for seeing beyond his fences. While others fretted over markets and prices, he thought of children he'd never met, in cities he'd never seen, who might go hungry. So when a surplus year came, instead of selling beef at cutthroat rates, Dusty loaded wagons and trucks, driving them straight to shelters and orphanages. Some called him a fool, saying he'd ruined himself giving away what others would have paid for. But Dusty wasn't no fool. He knew something deeper. See, generosity ain't subtraction, it multiplies. His gifts didn't leave him poor. They brought him partnerships, allies, even land from folks who admired his heart. Before long, Dusty was helping organize a new branch of the foundation. One bone on feeding mouths not just in towns tied to Samuel and Lila, but across the nation. They called it the Bread and Beef Trust. And though the name sounded rough around the edges, the work was finer than gold. Truck convoys rolled from coast to coast, marked not with flashy logos, but with a Zeal emblem, two hands clasped as in unity, framed by a simple star. That emblem became a sign of hope, letting poor mothers know their babies would have milk that week, letting fathers find comfort knowing someone cared. And through it, Dusty kept his boots muddy, refusing to sit in offices when he would ride with the drivers, sharing their long nights and roadside meals. This was the essence of the cowboy spirit reborn in modern times, quiet, unyielding, generous without need for applause. Dusty work reminded the foundation and anyone watching that the creed was indeed elegant in the age of neon. It had been by candlelight. The highway stitched the country together, but it was hearts like Dusty that kept it from unraveling. When television reporters finally caught wind of his work, interviewing him on a flickering black and white screen, he didn't puff up or boast. He just tipped his hat and said, "I ain't doing nothing but what Samuel and Lila done long before me, just trying to keep the fire burning." And so the fire burned, even in a world of chrome and neons, knowing that no matter how the times change, the foundation of wealth built on giving and trusting never loses its shine. The 70s rolled in heavy, like a storm cloud hanging low over the prairie. Inflation rose like dust in a drought, and folks found themselves struggling to buy even the simplest things: bread, gas, a roof overhead. The creed of the foundation was tested in ways it hadn't been before. The old values of generosity and patience seemed like quaint relics to Ed, replaced by a hunger for quick fixes and short-term gains.
With storms, no matter about fears, always reveal who's standing strong and who blowing in the wind. Take, for instance, a banker named Walter Red Callahan. He wore sharp suits and smoked finer cigars than most cowboys could dream of affording folks. Folks in the city whispered he was ruthless, the kind who'd repossess a man's house before dawn if the ledger told him to. But the truth was, Red carried a secret debt, not in dollars, but in soul. His daddy had once been saved by a food wagon from Dusty McGraw Bread and Beef Trust. He never forgot that night, sitting in the corner of a one-room shack, watching his mother cry tears of gratitude over a steaming loaf of bread. It lit something in him, though he buried it under ambition for years. When the crisis hit, and banks everywhere were closing their doors to the needy, Red did something reckless. He opened his vaults to the farmers, the grocers, the small shopkeepers hanging on by a thread. Folks thought he'd lost his mind. His competitors laughed, saying he'd sink before Christmas, but he remembered Samuel and Lila Creed, buried deep in him like a brand under the skin. "Better to stand with your neighbors than to stand alone with riches," he muttered one night, sitting in his office long after the clerks had gone. The thing about trust, though, is it contagious. Farmers who got loans from Red didn't squander them, they paid back steady, even if slow.
Shopkeepers spread word that Callahan Bank was the only one treating them like human beings instead of numbers. And slowly, while other banks collapsed under their own greed, Red little operation grew like a sapling taking root after rain. He didn't just survive, he thrived, because he'd chosen people over profit when it mattered most. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, a schoolteacher named Maribel Green faced her own storm. The public schools had their budgets slashed, and children were showing up with empty stomachs, their eyes heavy not with sleep but with hunger. Maribel remembered her grandmother telling stories of Samuel and Lila, how they never turned away a child in need. So, with her own meager paycheck, she started cooking meals out of her tiny kitchen. At first, it was just biscuits and beans for the half-dozen kids who came early to class. But word spread, say it always does, and soon families from all over the district were knocking on her door. Instead of raking under the weight, Maribel leaned into the creed. She partnered with Dusty Bread and Beef Trust, arranging for deliveries. Then they rallied local parents, asking not for money but for time, someone to stir the pots, someone to serve the plates, someone to wash the pans. By winter end, what had begun at a teacher kitchen became the hearth hall, a place where no child in her county went hungry. Reporters came sniffing around, wanting to make her into a hero. She refused every spotlight, telling them plain, "Thee ain't my story, it's our story. Wealth is what we share, not what we keep." The 80s brought different temptain, dressed in pinstripes and power ties. Wall Street boomed with greed, and fortunes were made on speculation and risk. The creed was mocked to the old-fashioned, something for farmers and dreamers, not for the sharp men who bought and sold lives with a phone code. But greed burns quick, the dry timber tossed into a fire. Crashes came, companies folded, and men who thought themselves untouchable were left with empty pockets and lonelier hearts. In the ashes, though, The foundation creed proved itself once more. Towns that had invested in people, schools, shelters, health clinics stood resilient. Even as their industries shuttered, families who shared food with neighbors survived winters that might have broken them otherwise. And through it in, the stories of Red Callahan and Maribel Green circulated like quiet songs, humming in diners, whispered in churches, told round campfires. It became clear that wealth built on greed was fragile as glass. Wealth built on community, though it was like stone, weathering storms without cracking. Samuel and Lila fires still burned, passed hand to hand, decade to decade, like a lantern that refused to dim. And each new name, Dusty, Red, Maribel, etched itself into the story, showing that the creed wasn't just memory, but a living force shaping lives in every era. The storms would keep coming, no doubt about it.
With so long and men and women stood by that old fire choosing people over profit, they'd always find a way to walk through the darkness and into the light. The 90s came rolling in, a wild stallion fast, unpredictable and full of promise. The world was changing quicker than most folks could keep up with. Computers that once filled whole rooms now fit on desks, and whispers of something called the internet drifted across towns like rumors of gold in a new valley. For Red, it was exciting, a new frontier of ideas and commerce. For others, it felt like a storm blowing through, threatening to uproot the ways they'd known all their lives. But like every frontier before, the test wasn't in the tools or the terrain. It was in the choices folks made with what they were given. One such soul was a man named Carson Wire Dalton. He'd grown up on the edge of the plains, fixing radios and tinkering with wires till his fingers knew copper like a rancher knows leather. When the internet came knocking, he saw more than wires and signals. He saw a chance to weave people together, no matter the miles between him maker. Now Carson wasn't no banker or politician, just a quiet man with a knack for building things. But he remembered his granddad's stories about Samuel and Lila, about fires kept lit through storms and the creed that said wealth wasn't what you hoarded, but what you passed on.
So instead of chasing riches like the tech speculators back east, Carson built community networks. In little towns where phone lines barely worked, he strung cables, set up routers, and taught folks how to send letters across the world without a stamp. He charged fair, sometimes nothing at that, for the poor farm families who couldn't afford the new toys. If you only sell the future to those who have paid for it, he'd say, then you're leaving half the world in the dark. His business never made him a millionaire, but it gave single mothers jobs they could work from home, gave schools access to libraries bigger than any they'd dreamed of, and gave small-town dreamers a voice in a world that had forgotten him. Carson didn't see himself as a pioneer, but in truth, he was the new kind of trailblazer, planting stakes in a frontier made of code instead of soil. While Carson was stringing wires, a woman named Estelle Star Navarro was facing storms of her own. She lived in the heart of a bustling city, where skyscrapers gleamed but alleyways hid shadows. She'd been raised poor, watching her mama scrub floors for pennies, but she had a head full of numbers and a heart full of fire. By the time she was 30, Estelle was working in finance, surrounded by men who laughed at the idea of ethics in a deal. For them, money was a game, and people were pawns to be moved or discarded. But Estelle carried something different. She remembered her grandfather's voice low, steady, telling her by candlelight the creed of Samuel and Lila. So when she rose high enough to make decisions, she didn't play by the cutthroat rules. She started funding businesses that gave back, cafes hiring veterans, clinics serving the poor, co-ops run by farmers who'd been left behind by big corporations. Her peers mocked her, calling her naive and too soft for the game. But soft don't rake, it bends and endures. By the late 90s, when the market shook and many fortunes fell, Estelle Investments stood tall, not because they were the most profitable, but because they were built on trust and community. While towers of greed crumbled, her web of honest businesses kept growing, rooted in soil rich with integrity. Folks started calling her the star that lit the dark, and though she'd wave away the title, she knew she was carrying the fire her family had handed down. As the years turned and the 2000s dawned, new storms came, dot-com busts, terror that spread fear across borders, wars that bled pockets and hearts alike. Through it, the creed was tested again. But like a steady lantern in a long night, stories of Carson and Estelle reminded folks that even in the age of satellites and skyscrapers, the old truth still mattered. Welcome, dreamer. Tonight, as the gentle rain taps on your window and the fire crackles softly nearby, let yourself drift into a world of possibility. Imagine waking up tomorrow with clarity, purpose, and the steps to build wealth that lasts. Every choice you make, every small action, is a seed planted in your journey to success. Feel the calm wash over you as visions of financial freedom and abundance take shape in your mind. This is your time to relax, breathe, and let the stories of triumph guide you toward your dreams. Well, when folks remembered it, there'd always be light in the dark, always be a fire to gather round, no matter how cold the storm. The 20-wood gents came on like a restless wind, blowing across a land where fortunes could rise or fall in the blink of an eye. Technology had grown roots so deep that even the smallest towns were tethered to invisible threads, and the wide world felt smaller than it had had before. Yet for all the connect, folks were growing lonelier, their eyes drawn more to glowing screens than to each other's faces. It was in this landscape of noise and distraction that the creed of old found new riders, men and women who weren't looking to be legends, but who carried with them the steady flame of values too stubborn to die.
One such rider was a woman named Clara May, a school teacher from the Midwest who had grown weary of seeing bright-eyed students dim under the weight of debt and hopelessness. She knew knowledge was the truest wealth a person could carry, and yet it had been turned into a commodity bought and sold at prices that chained young folks before they had a chance to ride free. Clara, with her weather-editor chalkboards and hand-me-down computers, decided to turn her small classroom into a place of revolution. Not with banners or guns, but with opportunity. She found ways to bring in free resources, reaching out to global networks of educators who shared her passion. She taught her students how to code, how to write with conviction, how to think beyond the fences they'd been born inside. Her creed was simple. You ain't measured by what you owe, but by what you give back. Those kids, who might have been destined for closed doors, walked out into a world that suddenly had windows wide open. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of New York, a man named Marcus Holt was building his own kind of empire. He had once been a broker, sharp-suited and hungry, playing the game like all the rest. But after the crash of '08 left neighbors starving and homes empty, he couldn't shake the feeling that the wealth he built was hollow with a rotten log.
Marcus walked away from the skyscrapers and started an organization built not on profit, but on fairness. He called it The Heart, and it worked like a co-op for folks who'd been chewed up by the system, small business owners, single parents, craftsmen with more talent and connections. Instead of interest rates and penalties, Marcus offered mentorship, shared resources, and networks that gave strength to the weak. It didn't make headlines, but it lit a fire in communities that had long gone cold. Far across the ocean, in a dusty village where rain was a blessing and electricity a luxury, a young man named Abiola carried the creed in his own way. He had grown on hearing stories of ancestors who farmed with pride, who measured their wealth not in coins, but in the strength of their harvest and the health of their families. When foreign corporations came offering contracts that promised riches but stole the land's soul, Abiola stood firm. He rallied his neighbors, refusing to sell out their fields for quick gain. Instead, he built a cooperative that pooled tools, shared labor, and sold their crops directly through digital markets. With each season, his village grew stronger, not as they bowed to outside money, but as they remembered that true prosperity was found in hands working together, not hands begging for scraps. All these threads, Clara in her classroom, Marcus in his city office, Abiola in his fields, wove Cabell like the patchwork of an old quilt, stitched with values older than the wires carrying their voices across continents. Each one carried the spirit of Samuel and Lila, though most had never heard their names. It was proof that the creed was not bound to bloodline or borders. It was a truth that found fertile ground wherever a heart still believed that wealth was meant to be shared, that success meant more when it lifted others with you. The storms of the decade were flaring, politics rotten. The earth itself protesting with quakes and floods tested that creed daily. There were those who mocked it, saying generosity had no place in the cutthroat age of algorithms and automation. But each time greed seemed to take the lead, a story that Clara or Marcus or Abiola reminded the world that wealth built on exploitation crumbled, while wealth built on dignity endured. By the time the decade closed and folks found themselves fast in the shadow of a new storm, one of sickness that spread without mercy, it was not the towers of finance that held communities together. It was the creed, carried in the hands of neighbors who delivered food to the sick, in the voices of teachers reading stories to children through screens. in the tired eyes of nurses who risk everything without demanding fortune in return. The creed, once whispered over campfires and handed down in logbooks, now burned bright in ways Samuel and Lila would never have dreamed, but would surely have recognized. For in every era, no matter how loud the storm, no matter how fast the world spun, the same truth remained. Wealth is not in what you keep, it is in what you give, in the lives you touch and in the fires you keep burning for those who come after. The 2020s rolled in heavy, like a storm cloud riding low across the plains. It weren't just one hardship that folks faced, but a heap of them all at once, sickness spreading like wildfire, jobs vanishing overnight, and the simple act of shaking a stranger hand turning into a memory. The world grew smaller still, not because of distance, but because of fear. Streets once full of chatter fell silent, and windows glowed with the eerie light of isolation. Yet in the midst of that silence, the old creed stirred again, like coals buried under ash, ready to flare when the wind blew just right. Take old Thomas Rourke, for instance, a rancher who had seen more winters than most men could count. When the sickness came, buyers stopped coming to auctions, markets shut down, and his cattle roamed fat in the fields with no one willing to pay for beef. But Thomas didn't let despair rot him from the inside.
Ip hitched up his truck, loaded Abe with meat, and drove it house to house, leaving packages on porches of families who had no supper waiting. He told them, pay me when you can, or don't pay me at, just make sure them bellies are full.
Word spread, and soon enough neighbors were offering him goods in return, eggs, vegetables, even firewood. Money had little place in them exchanges, but wealth moved through the town all the same, thicker and truer than before. Meanwhile, in cities that high-rises cast long shadows, people found themselves staring at screens for work, for friendship, even for worship. It might have seemed colder than a prairie wind, but if folks used it to stoke warmth instead. Clara May, now older and seasoned, set up a digital classroom not just for her students, but for children from towns and villages she'd never stepped foot in. Parents, desperate to keep hope alive, handed their kids a laptop, and Clara filled those little minds with lessons stretched with kindness. She'd end every session with the same words, "Remember, the world's bigger than these four walls. Your ideas, your hearts, they can reach farther than you know." Out in the heart of Africa, Abiola faced his own trials. Supply chains broke down, buyers disappeared, and prices fell through the dirt. But when others saw ruin, he saw resilience. He and his village leaned harder on their cooperative, sharing what they had, trading harvests for medicine, tools for labor. Dressarida external meta menial words as he rigged solar panels to power small tablets, and suddenly farmers who had never set foot in a bank were tracking markets, learning prices, and cutting out the middlemen who'd long kept them poor. It was the creed in action, not hoarding, not begging, but standing tall with dignity and making prosperity from unity. Marcus Holt, too, found his mettle tested. His co-op, the Hearth, nearly went under when donations dried up and bills piled high. But instead of shuttering the doors, Marcus reached deeper into the very community he served. He opened up virtual workshops where folks shared whatever skills they had, how to sew masks, how to cook with what little was in the pantry, how to write a resume when jobs were a rare run rain in the desert. The Hearth turned from a place of business to a beacon of survival. In that darkest season, people found out wealth weren't about shiny offices or red bank accounts, but about standing shoulder to shoulder, even when those shoulders were only seen through a camera. Then there were the everyday stories, countless and quiet. A nurse who stayed at her post for weeks without seeing her own family, because she knew her town needed her steady hands more than theirs. A truck driver who hauled supplies through the night, whispering prayers as he rolled across empty highways. A grandmother who baked bread and left loaves in mailboxes, her flour running low but her spirit never running out. These stories didn't make the news, but they were the fabric of survival, stitched with threads of sacrifice and care. And through it, the creed held firm. Wealth ain't what you clutch in your fists, it's what you pass along, what you kindle in others, and what survives when the world strips away all else. Folks learned that lesson in the fire of hardship, and though the scars of those years would run deep, so too would the roots of resilience. As the storm of sickness began to wane, the world emerged battered but not broken. People spoke of normal law. It was a far-off country, one they weren't sure they wanted to go back to. For many, the trials had carved two truths into their bones, that freedom ain't worth much without compassion, that riches without community turn sour, and that even in the loneliest night, a fire shared with another burns brighter. The 2020s still had storms ahead, no doubt, but with each year, more folks seemed to carry a piece of that old cowboy creed inside them, even if they'd never heard Samuel's name or sat by Lila fire. The creed had outlived wars, depressions, pandemics, and greed itself. It would outlive whatever came next, and on quiet nights, when rain pattered steady on the rooftops or flames danced low in the hearth, you could almost hear the old voices riding on the wind, reminding us of a truth too stubborn to die. Wealth ain't what you keep, it's what you give, what you grow in others, and what you leave behind for them who walk the trail after you. The years that followed felt like riding a horse across broken hunches, smooth in patches, rough and jarring in others. Folks had made it through the sickness, but storms of another kind began to gather. Climate shifts hit harder than most had feared. Rivers that once swelled with spring rains dried into dust, while other places drowned in floods that came without warning. Crops failed in those regions, thrived in others, and the price of bread or corn or rice could swing like a loose gate in the wind. In those days, survival required not just grit, but wisdom, and wisdom was scarce in the halls of power. Yet, out among the people, that old creed still whispered, teaching those who'd listen that prosperity could be built, even in a world that seemed hell-bent on falling apart. Consider Rosa Delgado, a woman born and raised in the parched lands of New Mexico. She inherited little more than a rundown patch of desert and a house held together with nails and prayer. Most would have sold it off and run for the cities, but Rosa stayed. She dug into the earth, studied how the old tribes had lived, and built systems to catch and store every drop of rain. With her neighbors, she planted community gardens, not rows of endless corn, but hardy herbs, beans, and fruit trees that thrived in poor soil. What started as survival turned into abundance, and soon, families who once fought over scraps were sharing harvest festivals under the open stars. She proved that wealth weren't about beating the land into submission, but about listening to it, bending with it, and letting it return the favor. In another corner of the world, far from Rosa Desert, a young man named Wei found himself facing a storm of machines rather than droughts. He lived in Shanghai. Its towers gleamed and neon light painted the night, but jobs were vanishing quick at AI Dick root. Factories once filled with the clatter of hands now hummed with the silence of automation. Many grew bitter, fled, others despaired. But Wei saw it different. He learned the machines not to fight them, but to tame them. He offered classes in his cramped apartment, showing laid-off workers how to use the same technology to start businesses, design and teach and create. His motto, borrowed from a creed he'd read about in an old story, was simple: don't fear the tools. Learn them and they'll work for you, not against you. The folk he taught didn't survive. They began to thrive, taking back control over futures that had seemed stolen. Back in America, Marcus Holt, older now, was gay in his beard and laugh lines carved deep, watched his co-op shifted once more. The hearth had weathered rare sickness and scarcity, but the new struggle was meaning. People had food enough, screens to fill their days, but their hearts were empty. Big barns swept clean of hay. Marcus left his community not for handouts or survival lessons this time, but for stories. He invited elders, veterans, teachers, even children to share tales of hardship and triumph. Around fire pits and in online halls, they told of love lost, wealth shared, and mistakes that birthed wisdom. It might not have filled bellies, but it filled spirits, and from that strength, folk found the courage to face whatever storms lay ahead. The creed ran through all of it like a vein of gold and dark rock. It wasn't written on paper or preached from pulpits, but it lived in the choices people made. A trucker in Canada who drove through floods to bring supplies to cut off towns. A fisher in the Philippines who turned his ruined boat into a school for children stranded by storms, a widow in Ukraine who gave shelter to strangers, even if bombs shook her village. All of them were wealthy in the truest sense, though their pockets were often empty. Of that the truth most folk miss, the creed don't shine brightest in times of ease. It shines when the world is dark, when everything seems lost. That when a man measure is taken, when his worth ain't found in coins or ledgers, but in how he keeps others standing. The creed outlasted sickness, war, greed, and storms. Thus it weren't built on sand, it was built on fire shared, on hands clasps, on the stubborn will of humanity to outlive its own mistakes. So the tale carried on, stretching further into years that none could predict. The land would shift, storms would rise, new tools would appear, and greed would always try to worm its way back into men's hearts. But as long as one person remembered to share bread, or teach a neighbor, or light a fire for the lost traveler, the creed would live. And with it, the promise that wealth ain't a number, but a legacy carried like a torch, passing from one weathered there hand to the next. The fire crackled low that the night deepened, sparks drifting up into the black like little stars finding their way home. The old cowboy leaned back against a log, his hat tilted just enough to shade his weather-there eyes, though anyone listening knew he was wide awake. His voice, slow and steady like a river that had carved stone for centuries, carried across the quiet. He spoke of the creed again, not to that lofty code, but at a trail marker set down by folks before us, so we wouldn't lose our way when the world grew dark. See, he said, drawing a stick in the dirt, making circles like ripples on water, wealth don't begin with what in a man's hand, it begins with what in his heart, then it move outward. You feed yourself, then your kin, then your neighbor, and before long you've fed a whole town, same way a seal drop in a pond makes circles far bigger than itself. That the creed right there. Not gold, not ledgers, not grand speeches, just circles widening one after another. He told of a ranch hand out in Montana who, when the banks collapsed and the townsfolk panicked, opened his barn and let families stay warm there through a blizzard, didn't charge a dime. Just threw down hay, passed out blankets, and made sure nobody froze. Years later, those same families pooled their money to help him rebuild after a wildfire took his spread. What went around came around. Just like them ripples the cowboy scratched in the dirt, he spoke of a school teacher in Nairobi teaching under a tree after the quake leveled the building. She had no blackboard, no chalk, not even books, but she had her voice and she taught with it. Parents watched their young ones spell words in the dust and recite stories under the branches, and from that meager start, donors came. Walls were raised, and a cool rose again stronger than before. That woman, she never called herself rich, but the children she lifted grew into leaders who built hospitals, roads, and more schools, that the kind of wealth you can't put in a safe. The cowboy paused, poking the fire, letting the sparks rise. They're a trap in this world, he said low. Always has been. Men think the measure of their success is what they can stack, hoard, or lock away. But I've seen with my own eyes, the tighter a man grips, the quicker it slips through his fingers. Sand, gold, even people. You hold too tight, you lose it. But you share it, you give it room, and somehow it grows. He shifted, letting his old boots rest near the glow, and told of another story. This one about a miner in Chile, working a copper pit deep in the Andes. He'd saved up little by little, done enough to buy a small food truck. Instead of selling at high prices to desperate miners, he made his meals fair and hearty, serving stew to any man short on cash, with the promise he'd pay later. Word spread, and before long his truck turned into a cafe, then a restaurant, then a chain. His fortune grew not as he charged the highest he could, but as he charged what was right. His wealth was built on fairness, and it held strong. The cowboy words fell like rain on thirsty ground, each story soaking in, feeding the quiet hunger in those who listened. He didn't preach, didn't shout, he just told it plain. The creed ain't no secret, and it ain't mine alone. It belongs to anyone willing to live it. And the funnin' thing is, once you do, once you start, it changes the way you see everything. Suddenly you don't measure your day by what you've earned, but by what you've given or who you've lifted. That when you're rich, whether you got $1 in your pocket or none at all, The night stretched long, rain pattering soft against the canvas of a tent nearby. The cowboy voice slowed to near a whisper, but it carried sharper off. World keep throwing storms at us. Greed'll rise again, same a weeds in spring. Machine'll get smarter. Rivers run dry. Wars'll spark that the way of it. But the long one person remembers to light a fire, share a meal, or tell a story that keeps another soul going, then the creed will hold. It'll outlive all the storms, just like it always has. With that, he leaned back, eyes turning skyward where the clouds broke for a moment, revealing a scattering of stars. He tipped his hat, not at a farewell, but at a quiet nod. To the people in his stories, to the listeners gathered round, and maybe even to the creed itself. The fire popped once more, steady and sure, like the heartbeat of something that would never die. The wind whistled low through the pines, making the flames dance like they had a mind of their own. The cowboy, sitting cross-legged near the glow, tipped his head and cleared his throat as though he were about to pull another tale straight out of the smoke rising skyward. His voice carried easy, like worn leather sliding over saddlewood. Now, I've been telling you about folks from all over, folks who carried that creed without putting it into fancy words. But let this spin you something a little closer to home, right there on our own soil. Back in the Dust Bowl years, when the earth itself seemed to turn against man, there was a family out in Oklahoma, dirt poor, their crops withered, cattle near dead from thirst, could have given up. Could packed what little they had into a rust bucket Ford and headed west with the rest of them. But instead, that father of his kin every night round the lamp and said, "We'll make a way, even if it ain't the way we planned," and make a way they did. The boy, no more than 12, started fixing old farm tools for neighbors, wouldn't take cash, mostly got paid in eggs, cornmeal, sometimes a spare shoe or two. His sister, younger still, stitched torn clothes till her fingers were raw, asking only for flour or a pinch of salt in return. They weren't gathering riches, but they were gathering goodwill. Word got round, and soon enough, when that family barn near caved under a storm, the whole town showed up hammering in. Boards were nailed, beams were raised, and the barn stood taller than before, all 'cause a boy and a girl gave what little they had without counting the cost. The cowboy spat into the dirt, not out of spite, but out of memory. I rode through that same stretch years later. Crops had grown back, cattle were fattened, and that boy had turned into a man running the finest machine shop for miles. He told a plain mister, "I don't own a farm no more, but I'll tell you what I do own, the trust of this community. They're worth more than acres of land." And he was right. Customers lined up, not 'cause his machines were shin-eyed than the next man, but 'cause they knew he'd treated folks fair when times were hardest. That was his wealth, solid, unshaken. The firelight flickered across the old man's face, shadows making him look carved out of the very rock behind him. He shifted, settling his hat back on his brow. See, the creed don't care about what part of the world you're from. Same story repeats itself in Tokyo alleyways, Paris markets, or back roads of Kentucky. Everywhere I've drifted, I've seen it. A fellow willing to give when he ain't got much ends up richer than the banker who locks it away. He leaned forward, tossing another stick into the blaze, sparks shooting high. Heard once about a violinist in Budapest. War had left his city in ruins, rubble on every corner, music near forgotten. But that man kept his bow moving, playing on street corners, not for coins, but for the souls who had forgotten how to smile. Little by little, folks left. Someone passed a hat, another brought bread, another set up chairs. Before long, concerts were held in courtyards, then halls rebuilt, and sponsors stepped in. That violinist, he never charged high, but he always played true. And when he passed on, the city raised a statue in his honor. Not 'cause he'd made a fortune, but 'cause he'd restored something you couldn't buy to. But rain had started again, light at first, tapping against the brim of his hat, hissing when drops hit the coals. He didn't flinch, just smiled under that weather mustache. Now don't mistake me. I ain't saying money don't matter. A man gotta eat, gotta keep a roof overhead. But if you think the dollar the end of the trail, you're riding blind. Truth is, the dollar just the horse. It carries you, gets you from place to place. But what you do with the ride, who you carry with you, that's the real measure. He paused long, letting the listeners chew on his words like tough jerky. And he added quiet, "I've seen millionaires die alone, and beggars buried with the whole town mourning. That's all the proof I need." The cowboy tipped his chin toward the fire, watching the embers pulse red and gold. His voice fell softer, near a whisper. "So tonight, if you take nothing else from this old trail dog, take this wealth as the story you leave behind. Coins tarnish, papers burn, even buildings crumble, but the story, how you treated folks, how you lit their way, that outlasted it, that the fire nobody can put out. The rain thickened, drumming steady now, but the fire held, smoke curling high like a prayer. The cowboy folded his hands, eyes glinting in the glow. And kindly that another story had been carved into the night, added to the endless creed whispered round campfires since time immemorial. The fire hissed at a log cracked open, its insides glowing like molten gold. The cowboy leaned forward, the rain tapping on his coat, a steady rhythm against the night. He cleared his throat low and rough, as though he were striking flint for another spark. Now let me tell you about a fella I once crossed paths with down in New Mexico. He weren't no cattleman or prospector, but a quiet coup teacher. Weren't much to his name except a leaky roof, a second-hand pair of boots, and a chalkboard worn thin from V's. Folks around said he was wasting his life, 'cause cool children don't pay you back in silver, but that man believed something mighty simple, that if he could teach a kid to reckon numbers proper or to write words clean, he'd be giving them more than just lessons. He'd be handing them a future. The cowboy drew the brim of his hat low, his eyes catching the firelight. Now, most of those children came from dirt farms, their hands already blistered from chores before the sun even rose. They'd sit in that one-room schoolhouse half-starved, listening with eyes wide there. He drew letters on that board. He'd stay late into the night, mending their boots, patching their coats, using his own thread. Didn't take a dime for it. You know what happened? 20 years later, when I rode back through that town, those same children had turned into doctors, merchants, engineers. They'd built a library, a courthouse, even a hospital. And every one of them swore they owed it to that school teacher who gave him his time when nobody else would. The rain picked up, drumming harder now, but the cowboy kept going, his voice steady stone. That teacher never had much money, but when he died, the whole town shut down for a day. Men stood hat in hand, wind wept, and children he'd taught bought flowers. They say his funeral was the largest gathering in those parts, bigger than any festival or election. You see, the wealth he built was invisible at first, but it grew inside the minds and hearts of those kids, and it spread wider than he had dreamed. The cowboy tossed another branch into the blaze, sparks shooting skyward like fireflies trying to escape the storm. Then there was that widow I met outside Kansas City. Her husband had passed young, leaving her with 3 little ones and no savings. She could have begged, could have broken under the weight, but instead she started baking bread in her kitchen. Sold it door to door at first, then from a pushcart on the street. Every loaf she made, she saved a nickel back. Folks laughed, said she'd never make it past scraps. But she kept on, day by day, rain or shine. Within 10 years, she'd opened a bakery, employing half the widows and orphans in town. Within 20, she had 3 shops, and her bread was known across counties. She didn't stop there, built scholarships for kids, fed the hungry without asking a cent. That woman, she took grief and kneaded it into something life-giving. The cowboy shifted, leaning into the firelight, his voice rougher now, filled with the grit of memory. I remember her telling me, "Mister, I ain't rich 'cause of the money. I'm rich 'cause every morning I know someone will eat, 'cause I woke up. That right there, that's the creed I've been talking about. Wealth ain't what you hoard, it what you pass along. Like the flame of this seed fire, if I light your torch, mine don't burn weaker, it burns brighter, 'cause we got more light between us." You look out into the dark woods, rain shrouding the trees, making the world vanish past the circle of fire. I've seen bankers lose fortunes overnight, their gold worth nothing when markets collapse. I've seen ranches with land so wide you couldn't ride across it in a day, but not a seal friend to stand by them. And then I've seen folks like that school teacher and that widow who had near nothing, that they left legacies that'll outlast marble statues. That's the truth that keeps echoing across the plains. The wealth of a man is measured by the lives he touched, not the coins he counted. The cowboy leaned back, the firelight painting his face in shades of red and shadow. The rain softened, turning from a storm into a lullaby against the trees. His voice dropped low, softer now, like he was speaking just to one person leaning in close. And if you sit by this fire long enough, you'll start to feel it too. The weight of them stories, the proof written not in ledgers but in lives. That the gold nobody can steal, the cattle no rustler can drive off.
That the true inheritance. He pulled his coat tighter, lifted his eyes to the smoky sky, and let the silence hang heavy in the night. Only the crackle of the fire and the rhythm of the rain filled the air, but his words lingered, hanging there like the scent of wood smoke impossible to forget. The cowboy let the quiet sit heavy like a blanket laid across the shoulders. The rain hissed as it met the fire sparks, each droplet bursting into steam before it cut the earth. He shifted in his saddle-worn seat and pulled a breath deep, as though the night itself was filling his lungs. I once rode with a fella named Ezra, he began, slow and steady, his voice rolling like thunder on the horizon. Ezra weren't a gunslinger, nor a cattle boss.
He was a man with spectacles perched on his nose and fingers stained with ink. Folks called him a dreamer because he had this notion that paper could carry more weight than silver bars. He believed in words, the way most men believe in iron or gold. The cowboy leaned closer to the blaze, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. See, Ezra started a little print shop, one press rattling and clanking in a shack behind his cabin. He didn't print wanted posters or cheap handbills, no sir. He printed stories, lessons, advice for folks who'd never seen the inside of a cool house. How to mend a plow, how to read a ledger, how to keep a family budget tight even when winter bit hard. He gave these pamphlets away for pennies, sometimes for free, believing knowledge was worth more than any coin. Most laughed at him, said no one cared for scraps of paper when their bellies were empty, but Ezra kept pressing, ink smudged on his clothes, night after night. The rain softened, turning from a downpour to a gentle patter, and the cowboy voice deepened with a reverence that seemed to honor the man. It didn't happen overnight, but those scraps of paper found their way into barns and kitchens. A farmer who couldn't read before taught himself with Ezra lessons. A young boy used them to figure sums and later open a store. A widow kept her land cause she read Ezra words on contracts but refused to sign her property away for less than it was worth. Little by little, a town that was struggling with ignorance and debt began to rise. And when a banker came through talking slick and trying to swindle the town, it was Ezra's teachings that armed them with the know-how to say no. Knowledge, my friend, became their shield. The cowboy paused to toss another branch onto the fire, sparks shooting like stars against the dark canopy. Ezra died with nothing more than that same rickety press and a pile of notes nobody had the heart to throw away. But his words lived on. His pamphlets became books, and them books traveled farther than any horse could carry. His name faded, but his work carried on in the minds of people who never even knew him. That wealth, when what you give keeps growing long after you're gone. He leaned back, drawing a flask from his coat, taking a small sip before passing the silence around again like a shared drink. The fire snapped, shadows dancing on the wet earth. And then there was Clara, he went on, his voice softening like leather worn smooth. Clara had a voice that could hush a tavern when she sang, but she weren't interested in stages or applause. After her husband passed, she had little more than a fiddle and 3 hungry mouths to feed. Instead of sinking under grief, she took that fiddle into town and played for coins on street corners. But Ted the thing, she didn't then play songs for money. She started teaching children the music, saying if they could learn rhythm, they could learn discipline. If they could learn harmony, they could learn to live alongside others. She charged next to nothing, and she taught for free. The cowboy eyes glistened, though whether from the fire or memory, it was hard to tell. Years passed and those children grew. Some went on to orchestras, under choirs, but most just carried that sense of discipline and patience into their work. Clara never opened a grand hall or struck it rich, but one day she walked through town, old and gold, and heard a dozen fiddles playing at once from porches and windows. The whole street rang with music she had planted like seeds years before. That was her inheritance to the world. Joy wrapped in notes, wealth stored not in banks but in hearts. He let out a long breath, eyes lifting to the clouds rolling past the moon. The rain eased, leaving only a mist that clung to the grass. I've known men with vaults so full they couldn't close the doors, and yet they lived alone, with no one to mourn them when they passed. And I've known folks like Ezra and Clara, poor in coin but richer than kings in what they left behind. That the camp story the fire carries with it, the kind worth whispering into the night. Wealth ain't that money, It the mark you carve into the world, deep enough that time can't wash it away. The cowboy tipped his hat lower. Embers glowing through the fire burned steady, and his words lingered in the mist, hanging heavy like smoke. The cowboy hand hovered near the fire, feeling the warmth seep into his skin, and his voice carried low steady like the roll of a wagon wheel on a dirt trail. Now, I reckon it wouldn't be fair to speak of wealth and not tell you about Silas. He was a man who believed fortune was like a horse. You had to rake it, ride it, and keep it under your boot, else it'd buck you off and leave you in the dust. Silas came into his first fortune by chance. He found a patch of land with iron beneath the soil, bought it cheap, and sold the ore for a tidy profit. Folks called him lucky, and maybe he was, but Silas didn't see luck. He saw a pattern. He figured if he could sniff out undervalued land once, he could do it again. So he rode the country, buying parcels folks thought worthless, and somehow he'd always find something beneath copper, coal, or timber ready to be cut. It wasn't that luck anymore. It was his eye, sharpened eye. Look, seeing value where others only saw dirt. Cowboy tossed a stick into the flames, watching crackle and snap, but in the rub, Silas didn't know when to quit. His barns grew fat with coin. His name stretched across ledgers, yet he kept reaching for more. He started not buzz he needed, but as he couldn't stand the thought of someone else taking a chance. He turned every friendship into a bargain, every handshake into a contract. His heart shriveled like leather left out in the sun. By the time his hair turned gray, he had more land than he could walk and more gold than he could spend, but no kin to share it with, no neighbors to rake bread with. When he passed, they say it took 3 wagons just to haul away the chest from his cellar, yet not a single mourner followed his casket. His fortune was scattered by strangers, and the land he hoarded fell to weeds. Silas proved a man can gather all the world riches and still die poorer than the one who leaves nothing but love behind. The cowboy gaze drifted into the darkness beyond the fire. The shadows stretched their questions unanswered. Now, contrast that with Mercy, he said, voice softening, almost fond. She was a widow with no more than a patch of earth and a will harder than iron. Mercy had 3 daughters, and what she lacked in coin, she made up in grit. She took to tanning hides, a trade most men swore no woman could stomach. Day after day, her hands soaked in bran and lye, working leather until her knuckles bled. But she didn't then sell hides raw. No, she stitched them into boots and saddlebags, selling to ranchers who valued sturdiness above shine. At first her goods fetched pennies, but word spread. Her leather outlasted the finest store-bought gear, and soon men traveled miles to buy what Mercy made. The cowboy smiled faintly, as though picturing her. She taught her daughters the trade too, not just the stitching, but the reckoning, how to price fairly, how to barter strong, how to never bend knee to a man who thought their work worth less because it came from a woman's hand. By the time those daughters were grown, they'd built a workshop larger than Mercy Cabin, employing others who needed work. They carved out dignity not just for themselves, but for every soul they hired. When Mercy passed, her daughters laid her to rest in boots she made herself, boots worn but still strong, a testament to labor turned into legacy. Her fortune wasn't measured in gold, but in resilience that lived on in her kin. The rain returned light a whisper at first, dappling the leaves, and the cowboy drew his coat tight around his shoulders. You see, he murmured, wealth comes in shapes stranger than the mind first thinks. Sometimes it's iron in the ground, sometimes it's leather in your hand, and sometimes it's the memory of a voice echoing long after the singer gone. But the richest vein ain't always the one you dig. More often than not, it's the one you build quietly, steady of the beat of your heart, passing it along to those who'll never know the cost of what you carry. The fire hissed a drop, fell onto the coals, sending a tendril of smoke curling into the night sky. The cowboy tipped his hat low, like he was drawing a curtain on the stories, but then lifted it dead enough to let his eyes gleam through the shadow. So mind yourself, he finished. Don't chase fortune so fast you forget to live. And don't scorn small beginnings. For every Ezra and Clara, for every Mercy who stitched her way to dignity, there is Silas who lost it at chasing more. It's the choices that matter, not the ledgers, always the choices. The night grew still again, save for the rain-quiet hymn, and the cowboy voice settled back into silence, as though the earth itself was nodding in agreement. The cowboy leaned forward, letting the firelight draw long shadows across his face, and his words carried the hush of a man who'd seen more than he'd tell in one night. There was another story he began, drawling like the syllables themselves were riding out slow across the prairie. It belonged to a feller named Thomas Rayburn, though folks mostly told him Tommy the Quiet. He wasn't the kind to stir up chatter in the saloon or stake loud claims over land. No, Tommy had the kind of silence that spoke louder than most men boast. He worked in a clerk at the freight depot, writing numbers on ledgers and tallying crates from dawn to dusk. To anyone watching, he looked small, ordinary, just another man with ink stains on his cuffs. But behind those steady eyes, Tommy was watching something greater than cargo. He was studying patterns. The fire cracked, throwing sparks into the rain-heavy air, and the cowboy tone dropped low, like a secret leaning closer. You see, Tommy kept notes on what goods passed through town, who shipped what. Bet it was headed. And when the season made demand rise, he'd marked every wagon full of grain, every shipment of coal, every crate of tools. Years passed, and those notes grew into a map of trade, one only he could read. Folks thought he was just an absent-minded clerk, but Tommy had learned the rhythm of commerce, same as a rancher knows the gait of his horse. When he finally made his move, it weren't reckless. He used the quiet weight of years and Dora.
The cowboy fed the flames with another log, letting the glow swell. One winter, when the river froze and shipments from upriver stopped, Tommy leased a storehouse no bigger than a barn and filled it months earlier with grain he'd bought cheap. Folks laughed at him when he hauled sacks into that dusty place, saying he'd never move it. But when the freeze came and wagons stood empty, he opened those barn doors. Farmers, merchants, even the railroad came knocking, and Tommy sold steady, never gouged a man, just enough to turn every sack into silver. By spring thaw, he had enough to buy not just a bigger storehouse, but the land around it. The cowboy voice carried a note of admiration now, and he didn't stop there. Tommy saw opportunity not that a fire to burn quick, but at a lantern to carry long.
He invested in mills and wagons and in small rail stakes. Each time he placed his coin, he did it quiet, with patience, letting the world tilt toward him like it was always bound to. While others chased sudden windfalls, Tommy built his fortune like a stone wall, one brick at a time, each laid careful. By the time Gold streaked his beard, he was one of the wealthiest men in 3 counties, though most folks still remembered him as that soft-spoken clerk. They say even at his wealthiest, he'd still sit with a ledger and a lamp late into the night. Humming low, he wrote numbers, though he'd never left that depot. The cowboy drew a long breath, letting the silence after settle at ash from the fire. Now, heed the twist, he said, his voice softening like boots on wet earth.
Tommy never lost himself. He stayed living in a modest home, riding an old mule instead of a fine horse, wearing boots stitched with patches instead of new leather. He gave away quiet fortunes to schools, to churches, to families that had lost fathers in storms or drought. He never let his riches weigh heavier than his conscience. When he died, the whole town mourned, not for the silver he left behind, but for the steady hand and gentle heart that had turned silence into legacy. And maybe that's the finest kind of wealth a man can leave, one measured not in what he kept, but in how many lives he lifted by letting go. The rain thickened soft as velvet, drumming on the cabin roof nearby, and the cowboy voice slowed, drifting like embers rising up into night. That the kind of wealth most men when they go hunting for gold in the ground or gamble away their wages. They forget patience, they forget steadiness, they forget the quiet choices add up just as surely does the loud ones. Tommy's story ain't about luck nor greed, it's about time. God letting you shape your fortune a quiet tick at a time you wake up one day and realize you've built something stronger than stone, something that don't wash away with the next storm. He tipped his hat low, eyes glinting under the brim, and I reckon if you're sitting there listening, it ain't the fire or the rain that calling you. It's the whisper asking if you'll spend your days chasing quick sparks that fade, or if you'll lay your bricks steady, quiet patient till your wall stands tall enough to shelter more than yourself. That's the question wealth always asks, and the answer, well, that's the true measure of a man. The fire snapped hard, a coal tumbling into the wet earth with a hiss, and the cowboy leaned back, leaving the night to hold the story in its silence. The fire kept on crackling, casting long ribbons of light across the wet ground, and the cowboy leaned forward again, his voice low and steady, like he was sifting through memories older than the hills. Now, there's another story worth telling, he said, thumb dragging over the rim of his tin cup. This one wasn't about loud saloons or cattle herds stretching to the horizon. No, it was about a woman named Clara Mayfield. Folks called her the Lantern Keeper, not because she worked with flame, but because she had a way of bringing light where most saw nothing but dark corners. He let the rain patter in the pause, then spoke on. Clara started with nothing more than her husband's old clock repair shop after he passed on.
The place was small, tucked behind the barber, no bigger than a wagon stall. Most folks figured she'd sell it and move on, but Clara had different notions. She knew how every gear, every spring, every tick fit to meminess. What others saw as tedious, she saw a chance to understand time itself, and in that she found her way to wealth. Not the kind you carry in a purse, but the kind you build piece by piece until it fills a life. The cowboy word softened, a kind of reverence in him. She started by fixing clocks, then pocket watches, then the railway timers that made sure trains came and went on the dot. She earned respect, but her work never faltered. But Clara wasn't content with just mending. You had a mind sharper than most men gave her credit for, and she began noticing what broke most often, what parts wore thin too quick. So she sketched her own designs. She'd sit under a lantern at night, drawing new kinds of gears, smoother cogs, sturdier springs.
When the first factory men came sniffing around, looking for reliable mechanics, they found Clara already years ahead. The fire gave a low pop, and he grinned faintly. But he's the part that made her name. Clara didn't sell her ideas outright. She licensed them. Every time a factory used her design, she got a share. That was unheard of back then, a widow asking for royalty instead of wages. Men laughed until they realized they couldn't make their clocks tick without her invention. By the time the laughter died, Clara was collecting coins steady, season after season, from every ticking timepiece in 3 counties. His gaze drifted into the night, voice steady as the rain. But Clara didn't waste her silver on grand hounds or lace dresses. She kept her little shop, still mending folks' broken watches, still hearing their stories while she worked. What she did instead was something folks didn't expect. She built a school, not just any school, but one for girls, teaching arithmetic, reading, and mechanical craft. She said if time was a gift, it ought to be given to every child, not just the boys running wild in the streets. By the end of her days, she'd educated near a generation of girls who grew into teachers, nurses, even engineers, folks who might never have had the chance otherwise. The cowboy voice turned quiet, almost mournful. When Clara passed, they say the town bells all tolled together, every clock she'd touched singing in unison.
Not for grief alone, but for gratitude. She proved wealth wasn't the noise of coins falling on a tail, but the ache it leaves when spent on something that outlasts the hand that earned it. Her fortune was more than ledgers, it was knowledge passed down, ticking on through every mind she lit with her lantern. He leaned back, the brim of his hat shadowing his eyes, and the fire glow danced slow across his face. And that, he said, is why I call her the lantern keeper. She took what little she had, made it shine, and then carried that light into places most folks didn't care to see. Her story, proof that success ain't about noise or size, it's about the direction. Like a lantern on a stormy trail, even the smallest light can guide more souls than you'll ever meet. The rain swelled, hissing against the firewood, and the cowboy let silence take the edges of the story. So if you sit here thinking about your own path, he muttered, remember Clara? Remember Tommy? They weren't heroes in ballads, no barroom tales. They were steady, quiet, patient. And in that quiet they found wealth that rang louder than any coin purse. The night grew still, save for the soft hiss of firefighting rain, and the cowboy drew his coat tighter, as though the chill of memory had crept in. The cowboy tipped his hat back, eyes narrowing at the dark line where the horizon met the storm clouds. The fire sputtered, trying to hold its own against the drizzle, and his voice came low again. A kind of gravelly hum that rolled steady as wagon wheels on a long trail. Now, there was another tale he began, about a fella named Elias Crow. He weren't a man bound to one town or a shop with a doorbell. No, Elias was a drifter, a wanderer, the kind of soul that kept moving even when folks begged him to sell. Said the wind was his only landlord and the road his only employer. But one thing is, that very wandering became the root of his fortune. The cowboy adjusted a log, embers shooting sparks, skyward the fireflies caught in a gale. Elias started with nothing but a sack of odd trinkets. See, everywhere he went, he picked up what folks thought worthless. Old coins out of circulation, broken tools rusting behind barns, maps with frayed edges, bits of cloth dyed in colors that had long gone out of fashion. Most saw junk. Elias saw stories. He traded them in the next town where folks craved what they didn't have. A rusted tool low could be fixed and used on a farm where none existed. An old coin there could become a keepsake for a boy dreaming of travel. Piece by piece, mile by mile, Elias built a living on nothing but what others overlooked. Yet spat into the fire that his sharp bathe the tail wound deeper.
But Elias was not just a peddler, he was a listener, and that was his true gift. He'd sit at a tavern leaning on the counter with a mug he could barely pay for, and he'd let folks talk. Miners gripping about the veins ran dry, merchants complaining about river crossings, farmers speaking on whether they'd kill their crops. Elias stored every word of gold in a chest. He mapped trade routes in his head, knew which towns were hungry for salt, which ones lacked wool, which ones needed lantern oil before winter bit down hard. By the time most men were scraping coin for supper, Elias was trading barrels of the right goods in the right place, turning scarcity into silver. The cowboy gave a dry chuckle. Of course, folks started noticing he always seemed ahead of the game. Some called him a cheat, others a prophet. Truth was, he just paid attention. He figured wealth wasn't in what a man sold, but in knowing what a man needed for he himself did. That made Elias valuable. Merchants paid him for routes, farmers begged his forecasts, even governors sought his maps, and Elias, he never stayed in one place long enough to let envy catch up.
He'd take his cut, pack his sachet, and walk on, boots wearing thin but his purse growing fat. The fire dimmed and the cowboy leaned in low, voice low, he letting out a secret. Now, Steve grew, it gets interesting. Elias could stop. He could buy land, build a house, marry a fine woman, let his coin rest in the bank vault, but he didn't. He poured his fortune into roads. That right roads. He hired crews, paid him fare, and cut trails between towns that had never been linked before. Some said he was mad throwing coin in the mud, but Elias knew something deeper. Roads weren't just paths for wagons, they were arteries for trade, and every mile laid was a mile of profit waiting to flow. The cowboy hand trembled slightly, but he pointed into the fire, like he could see the road Elias once built. By the time his beard was white, Elias Crow had stitched together a patchwork of towns into something like a body, breathing easy. Folks didn't just trade more, they visited, learned, married across miles. Entire communities flourished because of those roads. And though Elias never claimed the title, folks called him the architect of the plains. When he passed, he left behind no mansion, no heirs, no grand estate, just roads carrying wagons long after his boots were dust, and every mile laid was a mile of profit waiting to flow. The cowboy hand trembled slightly, but he pointed into the fire, like he could see the road Elias once built. By the time his beard was white, Elias Crow had stitched together a patchwork of towns into something like a body, breathing easy. Folks didn't just trade more, they visited, learned, married across miles. Entire communities flourished because of those roads. And though Elias never claimed the title, folks called him the architect of the plains. When he passed, he left behind no mansion, no heirs, no grand estate, just roads carrying wagons long after his boots were dust. And though Elias never claimed the title, folks called him the architect of the plains. When he passed, he left behind no mansion, no heirs, no grand estate, just roads carrying wagons long after his boots were dust. There were, and in every wheel turn and every barrel delivered, his legacy jingled louder than any purse of coin. The cowboy let out a slow sigh, rain dripping off the brim of his hat. So you see, wealth ain't always about holding tighter. Sometimes it's about moving, spreading, building things that outlast your own steps. Elias taught us that a man's journey can be more valuable than his destination. And if you've got the grit to listen, to watch, to wander, you might just leave behind something greater than gold. The fire popped again, a single ember floating up before vanishing in the rain-dark night. The cowboy eyes followed it like he was seeing Elias himself walking a road that stretched far past the horizon. The rain had eased to a mist hanging in the air like a thin veil, and the cowboy voice rolled on steady in worn-knee leather boots. Now, after Elias Crow carved his roads into the plains, you'd think the story ended there. But the truth of wealth, son, is that it never ends where you expect. See, those roads gave birth to a whole new kind of prosperity, and folks who once lived by barter and luck found themselves pulled into the current of trade Elias had set loose. Among those folks was a young woman named Clara Whitlow. She wasn't no peddler nor a drifter at Elias. She was a weaver tucked in a small town that most maps didn't bother knotting down.
Her loom was her whole world. Wool from the local sheep, dyes brewed from berries and roots, simple crafts for simple folk.
But what Elias gave her was reach, and from reach grew a fortune knee strong at any empire.
The cowboy tossed another stick into the fire, embers climbing high for a moment before falling back. Clara, she started small. Rugs, blankets, shawls, things a family could use to keep the cold out. She worked with her hands till her knuckles cracked, and her colors were rich enough to make even a stern preacher pause. But when the new roads brought merchants riding through, her patterns caught their eye. They weren't like anything churned from factories back east. Every thread told a story, harvests, weddings, even storms stitched into the weave. One trader bought a blanket for his wife, then another for his brother home. Before long, Clara's name traveled farther than she had dreamed. The cowboy eyes narrowed, fixing on the glow of the coals as if seeing her loom there. But Clara weren't content with being just another stop on the trail. She had something Elias shared vision. She realized the road was not just a path for wagons, it was a vein connecting hearts and homes. So she led other weavers, women, men who'd been overlooked, whose work was dismissed as hobbies. She taught them to refine their craft, to weave not just for warmth, but for memory, for meaning.
Soon caravans carried bundles of her work westward and eastward. and what started in a lone loom in a cabin turned into a guild that spanned half the plains. The rain tapped soft on the cowboy hat brim he leaned in, but here'd the part folks miss. Clara never hoarded her silver. She reinvested it. She bought dyes from distant lands, wools from places her townsfolk had never heard of. She set up schools for young girls who'd been told their hands weren't worth nothing. She built her success on greed, but on sharings on giving folks a place at the loom. And in doing so, she multiplied her own wealth without his saying the word. He let out a slow chuckle, voice deep and raw. There came a winter cold enough to snap steel. Snow piled so high wagons couldn't pass, and towns grew hungry. But those blankets Clara Guild had woven, they saved lives. Families huddled beneath them, finding warmth in more than just wool. They found it in the care of a woman who had turned threads into a lifeline. When spring thawed the roads, merchants didn't just come seeking goods, they came seeking her wisdom. Kings, governors, businessmen, they all wanted to know how she'd turned color and cloth into something greater than coin. The cowboy gaze drifted to the darkness beyond the fire, rain glistening like silver threads in the night. Clara told him plain, wealth ain't about hoarding, it's about weaving.
About tighten the loose strands of what life gives, with braid in themselves. And they hold strong. She said every man and woman has a loom. And most don't see it. Some weave trust, weave skill, is weave knowledge. And when you put those weaves together, you get a fabric that can withstand winters and wars alike. That a truth many rich men never learn. They think gold enough, but gold don't warm a child at night. He poked at the fire, coaxing another flame to rise. His voice dipped lower, like the story itself was a thread weaved into the smoke. Clara never sought statues, never sought titles. Yet long after she passed, her patterns lived on. Her apprentices carried them, her students wove them, and generations later, folks still wrapped themselves in blankets that bore her designs. They didn't cover bodies, they covered legacies. And every stitch was a whisper of Clara Whitlow, the weaver who saw roads of more than dirt and coin and more than metal. She saw wealth and connection. That was her gift, and it outlived her hands. But the cowboy fell silent for a moment, letting the hiss of the rain and crackle of fire fill the space. Then he smiled faintly, a shadow of pride flickering on his face. So remember this, partner. Sometimes the road leads you to markets, sometimes to mines, sometimes to looms. But always, always it leads to folks.
And if you got the sense to see the value in people, you'll weave yourself a fortune that no winter can unravel. The fire gave one last spark, leaping toward the sky before melting into the night. The cowboy tilted his hat, eyes glimmering under the brim, like he'd then passed on something worth more than any gold. The cowboy eased back against the log, his boots crossed at the ankles, sparks drifting upward into the damp night sky. His voice carried low with that steady rhythm of a trail song humming underneath the words. Clara Guild, now, that was no fleeting miracle. Folks thought it might be a trend, something bright that flares up like a spark and dies once the wind shifts. But Clara wasn't like building for a season. She was laying down roots as deep as cottonwoods by the riverbank. You see, her weavers weren't there spinning cloth, they were spinning identity, pride, and a sense of place. Each design came to hold meaning, a stripe for the long winter, a diamond for the harvest, a swirl for the storms that tested the plains, and people bought into more than fabric. They bought into memory itself. He chuckled, warm but edged with awe. It got to where merchants weren't haggling anymore. They didn't ask Clara Guild for cheaper prices or quicker turnaround. They waited patiently, knowing the work was worth the time. Some say kings and queens themselves laid her rugs in their halls. Others say soldiers carried her blankets through battlefields, calling them talismans of luck. Maybe those tales are exaggerated, but I'll tell you this, no smoke rises without fire. Clara reached, stretched far, farther than most men dream when they stare at the horizon. The rain softened to a whisper, tapping gentle on leaves overhead. The cowboy rubbed his jaw, his tone dropping lower. But with every rise comes shadows. Wealth that Clara draws envy the way a lantern draws moths. Factory men back east heard whispers of her fortune and grew restless. They couldn't understand why folk would wait weeks for a blanket when a loom of theirs could churn out a dozen in a day. They sent letters, threats even, trying to undercut her prices, flooding markets with cheap, soul-less cloth. Many thought Clara would fold, that her small guild couldn't hold against iron machines and railroads. He paused, letting the suspense hang heavy, then grinned slow. But Clara knew something those men didn't. People ain't machines. Folks don't wrap their babies in numbers or cover their dead in profit margins. They crave story touch and the heartbeat stitched into a pattern. So instead of lowering her prices, she raised her standards. She wove rarer dyes, intricate knots, signatures woven right into the fabric. She turned every piece into art. so that when a man laid it across his shoulders, he felt that he carried something alive, not just something warm. And the world took notice. Her prices didn't fall, they soared. The cowboy leaned forward, his face caught in the fire glow. That for her genius truly showed, Clara realized wealth wasn't about scale, it was about depth. She didn't need to clothe every house from Mir to Boston. She needed to craft something so meaningful that every buyer became an ambassador, a preacher singing her gospel. And they did. A merchant wife showing off her shawl at market became better advertisement than 1,000 broadsheets. A soldier coming home with one of her blankets turned it into a relic. Word of mouth was her railroad, and trust was her currency. No factory could compete with that. The cowboy hand swept slowly across the fire, scattering sparks into the damp dark. As the guild grew, Clara never forgot her own roots. She built halls their wit could gather, weighed orphans and widows, found a trade instead of begging. Taught them not just to weave, but to keep ledgers, to negotiate, to demand fairness. By the time he was getting her fingers stiff, Clara Guild wasn't just a business, it was a movement, one that spanned rivers, mountains, and borders, and yet she lived modest. A cabin not much bigger than the one she started in, a loom always nearby. They say her wealth, never measured in coins alone, was measured in lives uplifted and hands calloused from work that gave dignity instead of despair. The cowboy voice drifted softer, like he was speaking to himself as much as anyone. When Clara passed, the guild didn't crumble like most businesses do when their founder's gone. No, it thrived because she built it not on her own back, but on the backs of men who carried her vision forward. The guild became a federation, each branch run by those she trained. Aid for generations, long after her rave grew moss, her patterns endured. A bride dowry, a warrior keepsake, a family heirloom passing from parent to child. Clara wove herself into eternity, thread by patient thread. He sat back, satisfied, letting the silence fall. Only the fire popped and hissed, and the night seemed to lean closer, eager for the next word. At last the cowboy tipped his hat down, voice rumbling like distant thunder. That the lesson, partner, you can chase quick fortunes till your boots wear thin, but the wealth that lasts is woven, not grabbed. Clara understood that. She wove not just fabric, but legacy. And legacy, well, that warmer than any blanket it made. The cowboy adjusted his hat, let out a breath that fogged in the cool night air, and the firelight danced off his weather face. Course, partner, he began at. The guild Clara left behind didn't just linger like an et. It kept growing, changing, adapting, like a tree whose roots ran deep enough to survive storm after storm. Her apprentices had been taught to think for themselves, not to cling blindly to her way, but to carry the heart of it. That what saved them. When new dyes came across the oceans, they experimented, blending them into shades the world had never seen. When demand rose in cities, they set up trading posts instead of factories, keeping quality at the code. They didn't bend to the noise of markets. They bent the markets themselves, like blacksmiths hammering hot iron into a shape of their own. Leaned back against the log, the fire throwing sparks up into the heavy night. And soon enough, the guild had influence beyond cloth. They had capital, reputation, and most of all, they had trust. That opened doors money alone couldn't pry. A guild hall in one town became a lending house in another. They didn't make rugs, they financed caravans, supported small shopkeepers, even built schools. Imagine that what started at a single loom and Clara cabin turned into a network stretching across borders, touching lives far beyond the threat of any mellow blanket. That, my friend, is wealth turned into stewardship, and stewardship turned into power. The cowboy tone deepened, almost a growl now, but power attracts wolves. Men with silver tongues and sharp quills tried to undermine the guild, writing laws that favored factories, taxes aimed at strangling small weavers. There were courtrooms filled with arguments about trademarks, designs, and what could be called authentic. Some guild leaders faltered, thinking they might give in, sacrifice just enough to survive. But the elders remembered Clara's lesson, bend too far, and you snap. So they doubled down, defending their craft, their identity, their legacy. They lobbied councils, hired advocates, and when needed, they held markets hostage by refusing to sell until fair terms were struck. It was risky, but they knew something their rivals didn't. People would wait for them. Folks craved the real thing, and no substitute would fill that hunger. The rain picked up again, a patter on the earth that seemed to underscore the tale. Funny thing happened, he said, a slow grin creeping across his lips. The guild resistance made him stronger. By fighting for their right to exist, they proved their worth not only to customers, but to themselves. Confidence turned into innovation. They began branching out into other crafts, metalwork, pottery, even early forms of finance. Wealth wasn't something they hoarded like misers. They reinvested, spreading opportunity like seed. Communities that once scraped by on scraps began thriving, cause the guild set up shop there. And when famine struck, when floods or fires tore through villages, it wasn't the kings or the lords that rebuilt first, it was the guild. That sort of loyalty can't be bought. It earned thread by thread, deed by deed. The cowboy tilted his head back, eyes on the stars barely peeking through the storm clouds. But he, the real marble partner, the guild never lost its soul. Even if they built halls of marble and markets that glittered at sunrise on steel, they kept the loom at the center. Every leader had to weave, even if just a simple piece, a reminder. They called it the oath of hands. No one could steer the guild without knowing the feel of fiber between their fingers, without remembering what it meant to turn sweat into something lasting. That kept him grounded, tied to the heart. Clara herself had spun into the very first blanket. The fire popped loud, and the cowboy face lit fierce for a moment. Now tell Lay, don't that sound at a different kind of empire? Not one built on conquest or greed, but on memory, craft, and trust? And ain't it something that when on the gold hoarders and land barons are long forgotten, the guild work is still there, covering beds, hanging in halls, passed down from kin to kin, that the difference between rich and wealthy, rich fades with the market, wealth endures through generations? He gave a long sigh, the kind that seemed to carry years of dust and wisdom in its weight. Clara's story and the guild reminds us plain today, fortune ain't just about what you can take, it's about what you can build that'll keep standing when you're gone. And partner, if you can build something that carries your name or your vision long gone your last breath, well, you've done something worth more than all the gold in a banker vault. The cowboy went quiet again, letting the night take the tail, letting the fire burn low and steady. He seemed content to let the lesson set heavy in the air, like smoke curling toward the stars. The cowboy hand brushed the brim of his hat, shadows flickering across his face. He leaned closer to the fire. Now don't reckon most folks expected it, he said low and deliberate. But that guild, well, they weren't dent weavers anymore. They'd grown so large and trusted so deep that caravans carried their banners not only for cloth, but for safety. See, a caravan marked with the guild's crest was less likely to be robbed, because word traveled fast that the guild looked after its own. Bandits learned the hard way that stealing from a guild wagon meant the wrath of not just one town, but a whole chain of merchants, artisans, and families bound together. That made him powerful, not just in wealth, but in reputation. And reputation, partner, is worth its weight in silver. He shifted, stretching his boots towards the flames. It was not long before traders started asking the guild to safeguard more than cargo. Gold, letters of credit, promises made on scraps of parchment, all found their way into the guild's strong boxes. It started innocent, just neighbors trusting the weavers to hold their coin while they traveled, but little by little the guild became something greater, a place where fortunes could rest safe, guarded by oaths stronger than steel. Folks came from faraway cities just to deposit their coin, knowing the guild word was better than any crown decree, and before long, the guild found itself in a new line of work. Faience. The cowboy paused, letting the fire spit sparks into the night. Now this wasn't greed driving them, mind you. It was survival at first. They knew a time might come when cloth alone wouldn't shield them from rivals or the taxman's greedy claws. So they learned the language of ledgers and loans. They lent to small farmers rebuilding after storms, to sailors needing ships, to shopkeepers wanting to expand. But to the twist, they didn't lend that bankers cold and calculative. They lent that neighbors weighing a man honor heavier than his collateral. If a borrower fell behind, they'd send guild members to help rebuild his farm or mend his nets, making sure he could repay instead of throwing him to ruin. And by doing so, they tied communities tighter and made loyalty their greatest currency. He chuckled softly, eyes glinting coarse. When the highborn caught wind, they scoffed. Lords sitting in castles sneered at the thought of craftsmen dealing in loans, calling it peasant banking. But while they mocked, the guild grew. Their coffers swelled, their network spread, and soon enough even the nobles came knocking hats in hand. Wars, after all, needed funding, and who better to back a cause than an institution trusted by the common folk? That how power shifts, quiet and steady, without a sealed sword being drawn. The rain eased for a moment, wind carrying the smell of wet pine. The cowboy voice softened almost like he was speaking to the fire itself. And on the while they remembered Clara oath of hands. Every leader still had to weave, still had to feel the fibers. Even as contracts grew thicker and vaults deeper, the guild hall always had a loom tandem in the corner. It was a reminder that they weren't born bankers, they were born makers, and that humility kept the rot from settling in. Riches tempt men to forget what they came from, but the guild had built themselves a shield stronger than temptation. In memory, he drew a slow breath, his words dragging like coals being stirred. Years rolled on, and the guild legacy stretched across continents. Ships carried their cloth and their credit alike, coins stamped with their crest passing through 1,000 hands. Kings tried to tax them, rivals tried to copy them, and even empires rose and fell around them. But the guild endured. Why? Because their foundation wasn't greed, it was trust. And trust, once earned and tended, can outlast iron and stone alike. The cowboy tilted his head, the firelight catching the faintest smile. So what you see, partner, is how a single weaver thread spun into something mighty. Not just cloth, not just gold, but the institution that fed families, built towns, and financed futures. That the real lesson. Wealth ain't about gathering shiny things and sitting on them like a dragon. Wealth is about creating roots so deep that storms only feed your growth. You want to know the secret of fortune that lasts? It's snaked your success so tied to the success of others that they'll fight to keep you alive, even when the winds of the world turn cruel. The fire crackled, hissing against the damp air, and the cowboy leaned back into silence. The story lingered, the smoke, heavy and unshaken, a lesson carved into the night. The cowboy poked at the fire with a stick, watching the embers glow brighter before speaking again. Now, once that guild stretched its reach across borders, they found themselves in a bind. See, when your word alone is good enough to move caravans and armies, kings start paying attention. Some rulers saw it as a threat, reckoning no crown should share power with common folk, bound together by trade. But the smart kings, they understood something different. They saw the guild as a lifeline. War, famine, building great cities, all those things cost coin. And coin had a way of slipping through the fingers of monarchs who spent faster than they earned. The guild, steady and cautious, became the lender of last resort. And once a king borrows from you, well, you've got leverage stronger than any army. He spat into the dirt, the sound sharp in the quiet course. That kind of power don't come without danger.
There were whisters and dark halls, plots to seize guild treasuries, assassins hired to silence their leaders, even wars sparked in the name of taking control of their networks. But the guild had something more potent than weapons: unit.
When one guild hall was threatened, the others pooled their wealth and resources to defend it. They didn't fight with swords, they fought with boycotts, refusing to supply cloth to hostile lords, refusing loans to rebellious nobles. Imagine a whole army marching to war, to find their suppliers cut off and their coin worthless. That was the guild's real weapon, the ability to choke the flow of commerce like pinching a river at its source. The cowboy leaned back, hat shadowing his eyes, the flames dancing orange and gold across his weather-edder face. But don't think it was all power games and kings begging for coin. At the heart of it, the guild still lived by its creed. They funded schools for orphan children, built hospitals where plague had hollowed out villages, and gave dowries to poor brides so marriages would bind families stronger. Each act of generosity wove the guild tighter into the fabric of society. It wasn't just a financial empire, it was a lifeline for the common man. That's why the people defended them with such ferocity.
You attack at guild hall. You weren't just striking at merchants, you were striking at the very heart of the community. He let out a long breath, gazing into the dark, if he could still see those old banners fluttering in the wind. I reckon this, partner, while nobles squabbled over crowns and territories, the guild was thinking generations ahead. They kept records, more detailed than any king scribe, ledgers that told the story of entire economies, where grain grew plentiful, and mines were drying up, where trade routes shifted with the sands.
Knowledge that was worth more than gold. With it, the guild could predict famine before it struck, invest in harbors before ships crowded the coast, and prepare for wars before soldiers were made conscripted. That foresight turned them from mere lenders into architects of destiny. The cowboy voice dropped to a hush, heavy as a church bell at midnight. But with great foresight come temptation. Not every guild master walked the path of honor. Some saw the ledgers as tools to manipulate markets, buy enough grain to starve cities into submission, or fund in one side of a war while quietly backing the other. It was a dangerous edge they walked, a balance between serving the people and serving themselves, and in that balance lay the true test of their legacy. The fire crackled. Hiss and Ilalog split down the middle. He tilted his head, eyes narrow in. Now the story don't end with them controlling kingdoms.
The world changes, storms roll in, and even a mighty oak can be toppled. But the roots they planted, the creed of hands, the oath of trust, the memory of where they came from, those roots kept them standing long after others fell. And maybe that's the part most folks don't understand about wealth. You can chase coin till your boots wear thin, but unless you tie that coin to something greater, something that outlives you, all you've got is shiny dust slipping through your fingers. The cowboy words lingered, deep and steady, air carved into the night itself. Beyond the firelight, the rain had softened to a steady drizzle, tapping like a lullaby on the earth, each drop marking the rhythm of a legacy that refused to fade. The cowboy shifted in his seat, tossing another log into the fire, the sparks scattering like tiny stars before vanishing into the wet dark. So the world rolled on, partner, and those guilds, well, they weren't content to keep their boots planted in the mud of their old towns. No, sir. Their eyes turned to the horizon where the ocean stretched wider than any land caravan had dreamed of crossing. Sailors came back from strange shores speaking of spices that could make a poor man rich overnight, metals that gleamed brighter than any goldsmith had ever seen, and fabrics that shimmer like moonlight. The guilds, cautious but tech curious, knew their time had come. They pooled their coin once again, not for wagons or grain, but for ships, great wooden beasts with bellies wide enough to carry fortunes and sails tall enough to catch the breath of the Almighty himself. The cowboy leaned forward, voice low and deliberate. Now, understand something most lords thought the seas were for adventurers and madmen. Too risky, they said. Too costly. Ships vanished into storms, men perished from thirst, and whole expeditions never came back. But the guild had learned a thing or two about risk. They knew that one failed journey could ruin a man, but many journeys spread across the shoulders of men mean survival. So they invented a system, a clever thing. Each member bought a small share in a voyage, no matter how poor or wealthy. If the ship went down, the loss was a scratch, not a wound. But if the ship returned laden with treasure, every man, woman, and widow who held a share tasted the sweetness of success. It was the birth of something powerful. Shared investment. A new kind of wealth that didn't just belong to kings or the boldest captains, but to everyday folk who dared to believe in the horizon. He let that hang in the air, the rain tapping its steady rhythm, and oh, the tales those sailors brought back, cinnamon and cloves worth more than silver, silk that felt at the touch of angels, and dye so vivid they made the finest clothes of Europe look like rags. Old cities were reshaped by the taste of these things. Taverns that once smelled only of ale now carried the fragrance of faraway spices. Tailors stitched robes that gleamed with colors no eye had seen before. Wealth didn't jingle in purses anymore. It poured into lives, changing the way folks ate, dressed, and even thought. The guild, sitting steady at the center of it, was no longer just a steward of grain and gold. They had become the bridge between worlds. The cowboy eyes narrowed, watching the fire burn low. But make no mistake, bridges attract toll collectors. Pirates proud the seas like wolves, hungry for the fat-bellied ships. Rival empires, smelling coin on the wind, built navies not to protect their people, but to snatch from others. Even disease rode those ships, creeping into harbor and snatching lives by the thousands. And yet, through storm, blade, and plague, the guild endured. Why? Because they adapted. They hired guards for their ships, built alliances with captains who'd once sailed in cutthroats, and even set aside coin to rebuild when sickness swept through a port. Every loss became a lesson, every wound a scar that reminded them how to fight smarter next time. and little by little they turned the chaos of exploration into an engine of prosperity. He tipped his hat back, revealing eyes sharp with a hawk about funny things. Though while kings and queens laid claim to lands across oceans, planting flags and soils they'd never tell, the guild planted something sturdier trust.
In port after port, they set up houses not of stone and steel, but of paper and ink. Ledgers, contracts, oaths signed with seals that crossed borders. A man in one city could borrow coin, and another across the sea would honor it, as both stood beneath the guild's shadow. That trust was stronger than any cannon, more enduring than any fortress, and it spread, silent and steady, until the very oceans themselves seemed bound by invisible threads of loyalty and coin. The cowboy voice softened, drawling slow. There are lessons in that, partner. Folks chase after shiny things, thinking fortune lies in treasures buried or lands conquered. But the real wealth, it ain't the gold nor the silk nor the spice, it's the faith men place in one another. The belief that tomorrow your word will be worth the much that it was yesterday. That what carried the guild across oceans, and that what'll carry any man who dares to dream bigger than the patch of dirt beneath his boots. He settled back, the fire glow reflected in his eyes, as if he'd wandered those ports himself, tasted that spice, felt the weight of that shared fortune.
Outside the ring of light, rain whispered secrets to the earth, and the night seemed to lean in close, hungry for the rest of the tale. The cowboy drawl carried over the crackle of the fire, deep and steady as the beat of a drum. When the guild ships grew fatter with riches and their ledgers thicker than a winter quilt, something else began to stir. Folks who never tested ore, who never loaded a barrel or tied down a sail, began to realize they could share in the bounty too. They didn't need to risk their necks fighting pirates or starving at sea. All they had to do was trust in the guild, hand over their coin, and wait. And so was born the notion of investment as a livelihood, a trade in itself. Some mauled idle wealth, but the truth was, it took just as much nerve as swinging a sword. A coin left in a voyage could vanish in a heartbeat, swallowed by storms or greed. Yet those who risked found themselves lifted high, their names etched into the rolls of prosperity. The cowboy spat into the dirt, then leaned close to the fire. But the rub coin moved faster than a horse when men find a way to make it work without their own hands. Soon enough, guild houses became more than marketplaces. They became banks of sorts. A farmer could leave his savings with them, safe from thieves, and take back a slip of parchment worked with the guild seal. That slip, partner, was as good as the gold itself. You could cross cities, rivers, and borders, hand over that parchment, and walk away with silver in your palm. It was the first breath of something powerful, paper wealth. The keen that don't jingle in your pocket but carries the weight of trust heavier than any sack of corn. The cowboy face hardened, shadows flickering across his jaw. Now, paper may seem fragile, but it carried storms of its own. With paper came promises, and with promises came disputes. What if a man forged a seal? What if a guild master promised more than he could deliver? What if a war cut off one port from another? To guard against such ruin, the guilds tightened their codes, trained clerks whose hands were quicker with a quill than a cut purse with a blade, and built a system where reputation was worth more than rubies. Lose the guild trust, and no door would open for you again. In time, that became the greatest weapon of all, the power to grant or deny trust, to decide whose word was iron and whose was dust. The cowboy drew in a long breath of smoke from the campfire, the rain hissing around them with whispers in the night. But while the guilds mastered their craft, the world round them shifted. Kings grew uneasy. They saw coin flowing through guild, fingers at rivers through valleys, bypassing their coffers. Armies might march on steel and sweat, but wars were bought with silver, and the guild, sly foxes, had more silver than any crown. Kings tried to tax, to bribe, even to crush the guilds, but it was like trying to strangle smoke. For every guild house shuttered, 3 more opened in another port. For every coin seized, 10 more lay safe across the sea and the wild. The common folk began to see where true power lay, not in bronze gilded with jewels, but in ledgers inked with numbers. He paused, eyes glinting like coals. One story always stuck with me. A sailor broke from a failed voyage, wandered into a guild house with nothing but his word and a scar across his cheek. He begged for a loan, promised he'd earn his keep on the next ship. The clerk looked him over, saw his calloused hands and salt-burned skin, and vouched for him. Against all reason, the guild lent him coin. That sailor turned his luck around, captained a ship years later, and returned tenfold what he owed. But more than that, He bought the guild a harbor no king could touch, a safe place for their ships when storms rolled in.
What act of trust, partner, that Bell took to change not a man's fate, but the course of trade itself. The cowboy leaned back, boots hitting the dirt with a dull thud. So you see, wealth don't come from hoarding gold or counting cattle. It comes from building ties, from spreading risk, from trusting that tomorrow men will keep their word and sure the sun will rise. The guild taught the world that fortune ain't about what a man clutches close, but about what he dares to share. And that, my friend, is how fortunes build empires, how ledgers wrote the future, and how a world once bound by mud roads and horse hooves became a world stitched together by ink, parchment, and trust. The cowboy voice softened, carrying the weight of the tale like a hymn. It a reminder to every soul listening by firelight that prosperity don't belong to kings, nor to merchants, nor even to guilds. It belongs to those who understand that risk is a seed, trust is the rain, and patience is the soil. Together they grow the forest of wealth that shelters all who dare to dream. The cowboy voice rolled low, the sound of it mingling with the steady hiss of rain beyond the fire. When the guilds spread their roots deep, they gave rise to a new kind of traveler.
Not the merchant with his wagon, nor the sailor with his ship, but men who carried nothing but papers, seals, and the weight of trust. Courier, they were called riders swift as the wind, each one holding a kingdom worth of promises in a sachet no bigger than a loaf of bread. They braved wolves, bandits, and storms, not for the jingle of coin, but for the faith of the guild. Lose a letter, and you'd vanish from the guild rolls forever. Keep the chain unbroken, and you were a knight of parchment, defending commerce with ink instead of steel. He shifted, his eyes narrowing against the sparks leaping up from the fire. But the world don't stand still, partner. As trade grew, so did the cleverness of men. Some sought shortcuts. Dreaming of riches without risk, they began selling promises of future harvests before the seed was even in the ground. Wheat not yet grown, wool not yet sheared, spices not yet picked. All of it bought and sold on slips of parchment. To it was madness. To others, it was the sharpest tool yet forged. For those who guessed right, fortunes piled faster than a snowdrift. For those who guessed rock, ruin came swifter than a flood. And so speculation was born. The gamble not on what a man had today, but what he swore he'd have tomorrow. The cowboy tipped his hat, the brim dripping with rainwater. Now, let me tell you about Jebediah Marsh.
We were no sailor nor nobleman. They lived away with eyes bright lanterns. One day, standing in a tavern thick with smoke, he overheard a pair of merchants arguing about peppercorns, black gold from the Indies. One swore the ships were delayed by storms. The other bet they'd arrive within the fortnight. Jeb had no coin to his name, but he offered to carry word between him to settle the dispute honest. When the ships came in early, the merchant who wagered wrong paid Jeb a handful of silver for his trouble. Jeb realized then, information partner was worth more than coin itself. From that day forward, he roamed from docks to fields, trading news like other men traded cattle, and before long, he worked as a messenger. He was a broker of fortunes, a lad who could turn whispers into wealth.
The fire popped, a log collapsing into embers. The cowboy voice softened. What Jeb discovered is the heart of every fortune built since. That knowledge is gold mined from silence. Those who knew the harvest would fail bought grain cheap and sold it dear. Those who learned a war was brewing hoarded iron before the first cannon fired. And those who saw storms on the horizon insured ships before they left port. This, friend, was the birth of foresight as a trade. No longer did wealth come from the sweat of a brow alone. It came from seeing tomorrow clearer than the man beside you. He leaned back, gazing at the smoky clouds drifting over the camp. But such foresight cut two ways. Men grew greedy, selling promises they knew they couldn't keep, spreading rumors to sway the markets like gamblers loading dice. A whisper here, a lie there, and fortunes rose or fell like a house of cards. The guilds, watchful of hawks, cracked down hard. They cast out the cheats, branded them with shame, and wrote new codes to bind their dealings in law. Yet the taste of easy gain lingered, a whiskey on the tongue. Speculation became the fever of the age, and once it took hold, it never let go. The cowboy sighed, his voice like gravel worn smooth by years. Through all this, one truth held steady. Fortune favors the bold, but preserves the wise. Many a fool threw his life savings into a rumor, only to wake broke come morning. But those who listened, who studied the tides of trade, who learned the rhythm of men's needs and fears, they prospered. They became the new lords of the land, not with castles or crowns, but with contracts and seals. And behind every parchment, every ledger, every whispered deal by firelight, was the same lesson old o' the hills trust. Foresight and patience build empires where swords and crowns fail. The cowboy gaze turned toward the shadows, his words drawing quiet to the rain. So, partner, when you hear tell of fortunes made in far-off lands, remember Jeb Marsh, the miller boy who learned that listening was richer than labor, and that tomorrow promise, handled with care, can outshine today gold. That the kind of wealth that don't fit in no saddlebag but rides with a man wherever he goes. The cowboy spat into the fire, watching the sparks hiss against the wet earth. So, these paper dealings, they grew legs, partner. Towns once quiet with the creak of wagon wheels began humming with the clatter of voices. Men trading slips of parchment like they were gold nuggets. They called them exchanges, marketplaces, not for barley or hides, but for the promises of barley and hides, the unborn. Folks lived in crowded halls, the air thick with sweat and tobacco, and that a man could sell 1,000 sacks of wheat he didn't even own, get the right to buy or sell them later. And if he guessed the season right, his coin purse would swell faster than a creek in spring flood. Guess ruck, and he'd drown in debt so deep no horse could pull him out. The cowboy adjusted his duster, rainwater running in thin rivers off the fabric. It was in them exchanges that the boldest players rose, men with nerves steadier than a sharpshooter hand. They weren't farmers, weren't sailors, weren't miners. They were visionaries, dreamers who could see beyond the mud under their boots. They studied storms, wars, harvest cycles, even the moods of kings, like a gambler studying the tilt of another man's hand. These traders, they built their wealth not from muscle but from minds sharper than bowie knives. And soon their names carried weight heavier than any barren crest. Whole villages bent with their fortune, starving or thriving at the flip of a parchment. He leaned in close, the firelight carving the lines of his face into hard shadows. But with the tail cut sharp, partner, alongside the wise and steady came the greedy and reckless. Men drunk on the scent of easy riches, throwing their coin like dice against a wall. They'd spread rumors, false ones, mind you, just to nudge the tide in their favor. A whisper that a fleet had sunk and prices soared. A rumor of plague and wool sold for a king ransom. Lives with their weapons, deceit their saddles, and many a poor soul lost everything on account of such aid. That when the guilds and later the law began to fashion rules tighter than a hangman noose. They knew if trust broke, the whole market collapsed like a barn roof in a storm. The rain softened, turning to a steady drizzle. The cowboy stared into the embers, his voice gone softer. But not all stories in those halls were of ruin. Some were of grit, patience, and vision. Take the tale of Eli Cartwright, just a ranch hand, no more educated than a jackrabbit, but with ears tuned finer than a fiddle string. He had a knack for listening to the land, knew the rhythm of rains, the lean of cattle, the whisper of grass before a drought. Folks laughed when he took his meager wages and bought contracts for corn at the lowest of seasons. They said, Eli gone mad, betting on harvests he'll never reap. But Eli, he'd seen the skies, felt the dryness in the soil, and he reckoned the crop would fail. Come harvest, when fields yielded barely enough to feed their keepers, Eli sold his parchments for more silver than a rancher'd see in a lifetime. He bought himself not just land, but freedom. It became proof that a man armed with patience and foresight could rise from nothing to something mighty. The cowboy voice deepened, rolling like distant thunder. And that, partner, is the marrow of a speculation market's fortunes. They're built not on muscle or brawn, but on the courage to trust what you see and the patience to wait for it to ripen. It a gain older than most reckon, and it'll outlast the dust on these boots. Some call it a gamble, but for the wise it a craft, a kind of alchemy that turns whispers and weather into gold. He leaned back, hat shadow in his face, and the fire flickered low. So next time you hear tell of men losing their shirts or winning kingdoms in the markets, remember Eli Cartwright and Jeb Marsh before him. Men who played not with luck, but with foresight, patience, and the will to hold steady when others broke. That, my friend, is the sort of fortune that sings sweeter than any fiddle on a rainy night. The cowboy pulled the brim of his hat low ere the fire sputtered, his words rolling steady as the rain beyond the trees. Now, when men like Eli proved fortunes could be made from guessing on crops and storms, it was all a matter of time before folks with deeper pockets took notice. And that when the real titans strode onto the stage, the kind of men who didn't play the markets but built the taves they were played on, they called themselves bankers, but they were more like architects of invisible empires. They didn't own cattle, nor ships, nor mines, but what they held was more powerful than all three put together. They held trust. A man would hand them his silver, and in return, he'd get a slip of parchment promising it was safe, and the banks, in turn, would lend that same silver out 10 times over to others building towns, railroads, and even nations on nothing but promises. He stirred the embers with a stick, watching the sparks climb like fireflies into the night. See that the dangerous beauty of it, partner. The banks weren't dealing in gold so much as faith. If folks believed their coin was safe, the whole system ran smooth as a river. But if doubt seep in, like rot in a fence post, everything could crumble in a sealed night. I remember hearing about a run on the bank in a dusty town back east. Word spread that the banker had lent out too much, and suddenly every man, woman, and child was at his door demanding their silver back. Didn't matter that most of them had never seen their coin in months. The fear alone was enough to tear the place apart. That banker, once riding high, was run out of town with nothing but dust at his heels. The cowboy voice softened, almost reverent. But not all bankers met that fate. Some were shrewd, cautious owls watching a field. Take Samuel Hargrove, for instance. He was not born into wealth, just the son of a shopkeeper with an eye for numbers. Instead of risking it on wild bets, he lent carefully, spreading his trust across farms, mills, and workshops. He built steady, brick by brick, never stretching further than his reach. But when the storms of panic rolled in and men ran wild, Samuel kept calm, opening his doors, handing folks their coin without flinching. That steadiness, that unshakable trust, it drew people like moths to flame. Before long, Hargrove's little office became the cornerstone of an empire, his name whispered in cities and far-off ports. He proved that in a world of gamblers and dreamers, the man who held his ground would grow richer than all. The rain thickened, drumming on the cabin roof, and the cowboy let the sound linger before speaking again. There's a lesson in all that, friend. You see, markets will rise and fall, fortunes made and lost at the tide. But the backbone of wealth, the kind that lasts longer than a man's lifetime, ain't in reckless wagers, it in the building of trust, in the careful watching of risk, and in knowing when to step back from the fire before it burns too hot.
Men at Eli Cartwright won quick by seeing what others missed. But men like Samuel Hargrove endured, crafting dynasties not from luck, but from steady hands and patient hearts. The cowboy leaned back, the firelight catching the edges of his worn boots. And so it was that out of dusty exchanges and nervous whispers came the bones of great banks, empires woven from parchment, ink, and faith. They funded railroads that cut through mountains, bridges that spanned rivers, ships that sailed oceans, all 'cause folks believed in the power of a banker word. Strange, ain't it, that the might of structures could rest not on stone or steel, but on something invisible, fragile of breath trust. As yet, that what built the modern world, he spat into the fire, the hiss sharp against the night. Course, not all who followed walked that careful path. Greed has a way of gnawing at the soul, pushing men to gamble higher, faster, until the very trust that made him breaks beneath the strain. And when that happens, well, history shows us the ruin that follows. But those stories, again they're part of the lesson too. For every empire built honest, there's a shadow built on lies, reminding us that wealth without honor is as a horse without a rider, bound to run wild and end in a ditch. The cowboy eyes gleamed through the smoke, steady and sure. So remember this, partner. Fortune favors the brave, but it endures for the wise.
And the men who balance both the courage to act and the patience to hold, those are the ones who leave their mark on the world long after the fire gone cold. The cowboy adjusted his coat as the wind picked up, scattering sparks into the damp night. His voice carried low and steady, like a river that had carved canyons over centuries. Now, once banks proved they could tame wild fortunes with discipline and trust, the next step was even grander. They didn't keep men's silver safe or lend it for barns and wagons. No, they began to finance dreams bigger than any one man could shoulder alone. Great stretches of steel track cut across prairies, not because one rancher or one prospector had enough coin, but because banks pooled the faith of thousands and turned it into iron rails. Those railroads weren't just tracks, they were veins, pumping lifeblood into towns that sprouted like cactus after a rainstorm. A banker pen, scratching on parchment, built more towns than 100 cattle barons had good. He poked at the fire again, embers flaring bright against the wet dark. And with every new line laid, every depot raised, wealth grew in places that had once been little more than dust and promise. But here's the thing, partner. The bankers didn't build those fortunes alone. They needed visionaries, men who saw beyond the horizon, who believed a locomotive could carry not just goods, but the very spirit of progress. Men like Henry Southwell. Now, Henry weren't a rancher or a miner. He was a man who could read both ledgers and landscapes. He saw where a town might rise, where wheat might grow, where factories might hum. And when he walked into Samuel Hargrove's office with his hat in hand and a map rolled under his arm, the banker didn't see a dreamer. He saw a future worth betting on. The cowboy let the rain drum its rhythm before speaking to it. Together they forged something rare, a partnership between risk and reason. Henry laid tracks, raised stations, and moved men and goods faster than any wagon train ever dreamed. And Samuel, he kept the gold flowing steady and sure, making certain debts were paid, wages met, and engines fueled. One by one, towns along those lines began to glow with lantern light, taverns and shops sprouting where there had once been only sagebrush. Families moved in, children's laughter replaced the howl of coyotes, and a country once scattered and vast grew a little smaller, a little more connected. That's the power of finance when wielded with care. It don't just make a man rich, it stitches lives together. The cowboy eyes narrowed, thoughtful, but progress always cuts two ways. For every town that prospered, there were men who lost their land to the iron horse, whose quiet lives were swallowed up by noise and smoke. Wealth has a habit of giving and taking in the same breath. And while Samuel and Henry built legacies that lasted generations, there were whispers in the saloons and train depots, complaints about debt too heavy, rents too steep, promises broken when the harvest failed or market shifted. That's the truth most folks don't like to face. Success, even when honest, still casts shadows, and the bigger the fortune, the longer the shade it throws. Tilted his head back, watching the rain ease just a touch. The clouds parted enough to reveal a faint shimmer of stars. Still, the story of Henry and Samuel shows us something mighty important. It ain't enough to dream, nor is it enough to guard every coin like a miser. True wealth is born when vision and caution meet in the middle. The railroad didn't rise from greed alone, nor from fear of risk. It rose because one man dared to imagine, and another dared to believe without losing his head. Together, they built something bigger than themselves, something that outlived their days by decades. The cowboy leaned forward, his voice dropping into a near whisper, the kind meant to be heard only by those there close round the fire. That's the part most men, partner. They chase fortune like a runaway horse. He'll sprint it harder, faster, until it throws them clean into the dust. But the wise ones, they know wealth ain't just about what you hold in your hands. It's about what you build that lasts when your hands are gone.
It's about leaving behind more than you took, sowing seeds for others to reap. The kind of wealth no thief can steal, no storm can wash away. The fire pop sending a brief shower of sparks skyward, if agreeing with the cowboy words. He smiled faintly, a weary kind of smile, the kind that carried both sorrow and pride. So when you hear the whistle of a train cutting through the night, think of men like Samuel and Henry. They weren't perfect, no man is, but they showed the world that fortune, when tempered by trust and vision, can build more than empires. It can build connections, binding folks together across miles and years. And maybe, just maybe, that the truest wealth of all. The fire hissed as a fresh log was laid across it, rain sizzling on the bark before the heat swallowed it whole. The cowboy drew a long breath, as though drawn in the smoke and the stories buried in it. Now once the rails carved their way across the land, they got with them more than passengers and freight. They carried opportunity itself. Towns that sprouted near depots became markets, and markets demanded goods. You see, finance didn't stop at trains. It turned its eye toward factories. The hum of machines was the new use of prosperity, and it was gold and credit that set the rhythm.
Men who once swung pickaxes in mines or plowed endless furrows in fields found themselves stepping into mills where gears spun and presses thundered. It was noisy, dirty work, sure, but it offered wages steadier than the whims of soil or vein. He leaned back, his voice slow, with a weighing each word on a balance. Factories didn't rise out of wood and stone alone. They rose out of trust, out of banks willing to take risks on men with big ideas. One such man was Elias McKinnon, a smith who dreamed bigger than any forge could hold. He saw iron not as a tool or weapon, but as the backbone of a new age. Elias drew plans for machines that could stamp out beams, rivets, and plates faster than 100 hands could hammer. He believed cities could rise not over years, but in a handful of seasons, if only the right steel lay ready. But belief don't build factories. It takes men like Elias to imagine, and men like the bankers to turn those imaginings into smokestacks against the skyline. The cowboy rubbed a thumb across the brim of his hat. Eyes glinting in the firelight, Elias walked into a bank with nothing more than sketches smudged by ash and oil. Samuel Hargrove, the same banker who once laid coin down for railroads, was older now, his hair touched with silver, but his instincts sharp as eyes. Studied Elias' hands more than his papers, saw the burns, the calluses, the proof of labor and persistence. Samuel took a chance, lending him not that money but introductions, doors into circles where men of wealth sat with cigars and skepticism, and somehow with steel in his voice, as firm as his steel in his plans, Elias convinced them. The fire cracked loud, like a hammer on anvil, as if echoing the tale. That factory rose quick as spring flood, its furnaces glowing red against the night, belching smoke like a restless giant. As soon, girders rolled out, beams strong enough to hold up bridges, towers, and whole new skylines. Elias machines didn't just make steel, they made futures. Workers flocked, merchants thrived, cities stretched upward, defying the earth that had always held them low. And through it, its Samuel ledgers grew thick, proof that risk and reward still danced hand in hand. The cowboy tone darkened, not accusing, just reminding. But industry fire burned more than coal. It burned men, too. Long hours, low wages, dangers that could cripple a man in the blink of an eye. Wealth rolled in for us, but hardship clung to many more. That the paradox of progress. Partner. A factory could feed 1,000 mouths while stealing the health of the very hands that built it. The same smoke that marked prosperity blackened the skies over homes. Finance had given birth to fortune, but it also birthed burdens carried on the backs of those who had little choice. He stirred the embers with a stick, sparks spiraling up with fleeting hopes. Hollies knew this. He weren't blind. He argued with investors, pushed for safer conditions, even spent his own coin to ease the lives of his workers. It cost him slowed profits, stirred resentment among those who counted only numbers. But Elias believed that true wealth had to be shared, at least enough to keep the hands steady and the hearts loyal. Yet in time, his factory became known not just for steel, but for decency. Families stayed, generations found work, and loyalty became as much a part of the beams and iron itself. The cowboy sighed, his breath misting in the cool air. That a lesson right there. Finance can build towers, railroads, even empires, but without men like Elias, it builds hollow things, structures that crumble the moment the human spirit cracks. Wealth, if hoarded too tight, poisons the very ground it rests on. But when it flows with a measure of fairness, it nourishes, giving roots to futures far beyond what one man could dream. The rain eased to a drizzle, and the cowboy gaze drifted into the dark, as though seeing the silhouettes of smokestacks and city skylines where only trees and hills stood now. So when you think on the story of Elias and Samuel, don't just pierce the steel or the banks. Picture the faces, workers leaving shifts, families gathering under lamplight, children climbing the beams of bridges their fathers forged. That the kind of wealth that lingers, the kind sung about long after the coin has tarnished and the smoke has cleared. And it began with trust, a banker coin, a smith dream, and the belief that progress could be harnessed without sacrificing the soul of it. The cowboy spat softly into the dirt, the hiss barely louder than the drizzle on the fire. Now, reckon after steel came oil, the black blood of the earth. Folks had long known its CPEP in places foul-smelling and sticky, but few saw its true worth. It took dreamers and it took financiers with eyes keen enough to see firelight flickering on the horizon, what others only saw sludge. The story goes, a fellow by the name of Jonathan Pierce, son of a farmer ruined by drought, struck luck when his mule near broke its leg, sinking into a patch of oil-rich soil. Most men would curse and patch the hole. Jonathan, though, dipped his hand in that slick muck, held it up to the sun, and thought of lamps, engines, and power yet unborn. The cowboy chuckled low, like thunder rolling over the plains. But oil wells ain't built on luck alone. They cost coin, and more coin than a poor farmer's son could muster. That lit the dance with finance began anew. Jonathan rode into town, clothes stained with oil, and sought out investors. Doors slammed, laughter echoed in his face. Most thought him mad, claiming black tar could never outshine coal. But one banker, Clara Whitfield, saw something in him, fire not that in his words but in his resolve. Clara was rare in her time, a woman running her own institution after her husband passed, but her mind was sharper than any man ledger. She lent him the funds, not just for drills but for pipelines, believing oil had to flow like rivers if it was to fuel the future. The flames flared, the wind pressed through the camp, light dancing across the cowboy weathered face. Jonathan struck his first well, and it gushed fierce, drowning fields in black wealth. Soon towns once dark lit up with kerosene lamps, wagons ran longer with slicker wheels, and engines began humming with life that coal alone couldn't match. But just as fast as fortune flowed, greed bubbled up. Men who never lifted a spade schemed to corner the market, squeezing prices, crushing competition. Wealth pooled, but so too did resentment. Oil tycoon rose like kings, while workers bled and bent their backs under rigs. Finance had birthed another empire, but this empire stank of monopoly and smoke. He leaned closer to the fire, voice drawling slower now. But Clara, she weren't no blind investor. She reminded Jonathan often that wealth too tight clenched turns to rope strangling its holder. She urged him to build fair wages into his wells, to let workers share a bit of the fortune their sweat pulled up. Jonathan listened, at least more than most. He built schools in oil towns, laid pipes not that for profit but for people, giving folks clean water alongside fuel. His rivals mocked him, called him soft, but his community stood firm when strikes and fires tore others apart. See, finance weren't dead about numbers. It was about trust, loyalty, and the invisible bonds that outlast coin. The cowboy paused, the rain tapping steady at the drum. And yet, even Jonathan's legacy bore the marks of progress' shadow. Oil seeped into rivers, fields turned sour, and skies blackened with soot. Finance could fund dreams, but it couldn't wash away every sin. That a lesson carved deep into the story of wealth, prosper, and peril ride the same trail, and it up to men to steer one clear of the other. Jonathan tried, but the tide of oil grew bigger than any one man, spilling into industries, wars, and empires beyond reckoning. The fire sputtered, throwing sparks high, and the cowboy voice softened. Still, when the townsfolk lit lamps in the dark, when families lived under steady light instead of struggling with smoke and dim fires, they whispered Jonathan's name with gratitude. Finance had carried his dream from dirt to destiny, not as it was perfect, but because it dared to risk on something new. That the rhythm of wealth, partner, did not date about the gold or the oil, but about the vision stitched into it. And it takes both the dreamer and the financier, hand in hand, to make it stick. He leaned back, rain pattering gentle now, though the storm itself was listening. So when we talk of oil and steel, of rails and factories, remember this: finance ain't just the fuel for progress, if the choice of that fuel burns brightest. Some burn it for themselves, leaving ash and bitterness. Others, like Elias or Jonathan, try to spread that fire so it warms more than their own hearth. And in that choice lies the heart of every story told round a campfire, under rain or starlight. The cowboy shifted in his saddle of creaking leather, eyes catching the faint glow of the fire, as if it were a memory of lightning bottled in wood. Electric, and he muttered, the word rolling the distant thunder. Now they're a force that changed more than any iron rail or gushing well. Folks used to live by the sun mercy. Day ended when shadows grew long. Then came men with wires, bulbs, and a belief that night itself could be tamed. But tame a storm, and you'll need more than sparks. You'll need financiers bold enough to stake coin on invisible power. Leaned in, poking the fire with a stick, embers flaring like stars caught mid-fall. There was a tinkerer named Samuel Blackwell. Born to a cobbet in a sot-stained town, he grew up hearing the crack of thunder and swearing he'd one day catch it. Samuel wasn't much of a talker, but his hands never rested winding coils, dropping copper. letting sparks dance till the neighbors thought him half mad. His workshop smelled of burnt cloth and oil, but hidden in that smoke was something that could let 1,000 homes. The cowboy voice softened, steady of the rain now running from the brim of his hat. Problem was, Samuel could build, but he couldn't fund. He needed investors who saw beyond kerosene lamps and coal stoves. Many laughed him off, who'd pay for wires strung like spider webs, risking fire with no proof at last. But then came a banker, Thomas Avery, a man tired of hearing the same safe pitches about mines and mills. Avery sat in Samuel's workshop, eyes watching that first bulb glow steady in the dark, and for the first time he saw not just invention, but empire. He wrote Samuel a loan with interest steep at a canyon, but Samuel signed. He believed in the light more than his own comfort. The flames cracked louder, like the echo of electric arcs jumping wire to wire. With Avery coins, Samuel wired a whole street. One by one, lamps lit, driving back the dark. Folks sat outside, jaws slack in night turned to day. Word spread faster than any rider could gallop. Soon investors came knocking, each wanting their piece of the light. But with coin came quarrels, some pushing for profit over safety, others clawing for control of patents. Samuel fought to keep his dream pure, refusing to sell it outright. He wanted light for everyone, not just the rich behind iron gates. The cowboy sighed. A long wind dragged with smoke and rain. That battle near broke him. Courtrooms filled with men in suits arguing over wires, transformers, and territories. It weren't just a fight of science, but of finance. Whoever controlled the flow of coin controlled the current. Companies rose and fell like sparks in a storm, mergers and lawsuits twisting tighter than any wire. Samuel, though, stayed steady. With Avery's cautious guidance, he built his own company, one small enough to bend, strong enough not to rake. The fire flared again, and the cowboy eyes gleamed the coals, and in the park folks don't often tell. Samuel didn't just spread light to the cities. He pushed wires out to farms, mines, and small towns forgotten by the railroads. He cut deals not for profit alone, but for promise. He'd accept grain or lumber at partial pay, knowing those folks would stand by him when cities tried to strangle his company with wheedle and monopolies. Avery grumbled at the lost coin, but even he knew loyalty was a kind of wealth you couldn't tally in ledgers. The cowboy pulled his coat tighter, listening to the storm thrum against the plains. Soon enough, whole regions glowed where once only lanterns flickered. Children read books under steady light. Wind worked longer without straining eyes, and factories hummed round the clock. Wealth spread not to investors, but to workers, craftsmen, and families who would now dream beyond the rhythm of dawn and dusk. Finance had birthed not just fortune, but possibility, though at the cost of endless rivalries and the shadow of monopoly always looming like a hawk overhead. He lifted his gaze to the sky, dark but for flashes far beyond the horizon. And so Samuel's dream showed something vital. Finance ain't evil nor holy, it a river, and it flows where men carve its banks. Cut it narrow, it drowns. Spread it wise, it feeds. The bankers, inventors, and workers together built a current that still hums in every bulb, every wire. Samuel lived long enough to see his town glow like the stars he once envied, and though his company was swallowed by giants, folks still remembered the man who lit their first night without fire. The cowboy spat softly into the dirt, his words nearly swallowed by the storm. So when you sit bed, listening to the rain and feeling the fire warmth, think on Samuel, a man with nothing but sparks in his hands and faith in his heart, carried by coin that could drown him but instead kept him afloat. Finance ain't just the means, it's the measure of how bold dreams become more than smoke. And under this sky, lit or dark, is the truest wealth of a fall. The cowboy leaned back, rain still pattering on the brim of his hat, his gaze drifting toward the heavens that had long called mankind upward. You know, he said low and steady, light in the dark was only the beginning. Once men could banish night, they started dreaming of conquering distance itself. The rail gave him speed on the ground, the telegraph gave him speed in words, but the sky, that was God territory, and it took coin and much courage to wrestle it down. He paused, rolling a twig between calloused fingers, tossing it into the fire bead it hissed against wet bark. There was a boy named Elias Carver, son of a postman in the dusty town, but every horizon felt like a wall. He grew up watching hawks circle high, studying their wings with the hunger of a dreamer. Elias sketched contraptions on scrap envelopes, bent wire into glitters, risked bone and pride in every failed flight from the hill behind his father's house. Folks laughed, calling him Sky Fool, but Elias didn't mind. His heart was chained to the clouds. The cowboy voice deepened, thunder echoing in the distance as if the earth itself agreed, but dreams, they need coin to take shape. Elias found himself stranded between vision and poverty. He had wings in his mind, but dust in his pockets. That when an investor named Lillian Mercer appeared, she wasn't like the bankers in cities, calculating every risk down to a decimal. She was a widow with a sharp eye for potential, running a modest fortune her husband left behind. Where others saw a fool with feathers, she saw the first spark of an industry it might span continents. He leaned forward, firelight reflecting in his eyes. Lillian financed his first proper workshop, not a shed with leaking roof, but a barn rebuilt with steel braces and wide doors. Elias slitched canvas, hammered propellers, and fashioned engines with borrowed parts from automobiles. Each test was financed by her coin, and each crash tested her patience. But she never pulled her support, saying the sky demanded failures before it yielded success. It was finance, sure, but it was also faith, the kind that can't be measured in ledgers. The cowboy drew in a breath, slow like he was pulling smoke and memory together. At last, one autumn dawn, Elias strapped himself into a contraption heavier than any bird and rattling like a thunder cart. Neighbors said, wagers whispered, most betting he'd rake his neck. But the engine roared and the propeller cut the air. That machine lifted clumsy, shaken, but lifting, and Elias flew beyond the fences. For those few minutes, the world below gasped, and finance and flight together carved history. Rain tapped harder, but the cowboy voice carried steady through the storm. That moment weren't the end, it was the beginning. With Lillian careful guidance, Elias formed a company, not to sell toys to curious rich men, but to envision the entire network of air routes. The Army soon came sniffing, seeing value in machines that could scout faster than horses. Investors multiplied, the greedy, a visionary, each pouring coin into factories where mechanics worked day and night. Elias, once mocked, bait a fool, became the father of a fleet. He shifted, throwing another log into the fire, sparks racing upward like fledglings taking flight. But with great dreams come great reckoning. Rivals emerged, claiming patents, dragging lawsuits through the courts. Governments bickered over contracts. Tycoons schemed to monopolize routes. Finance became a battlefield, not of bullets, but of contracts and interest rates. Elias, though, stayed tethered to his vision. Flying wasn't just war or mail or novelty. It was the freedom to connect hearts and minds across impossible distance. He told Lillian, every coin we risk is a bridge across the sky. She believed him, even when storms grounded planes and crashes stained newspapers. The cowboy hand hovered over the fire, feeling its warmth like the hum of an engine. And sure enough, skies filled. What began with a barn and a widow investment grew into companies, charter and passenger flights, hauling goods, shrinking the world in ways no railroad could. Finance greased the gears, but courage gave them motion. Farmers could send produce cross-country before it spoiled. Lovers could reunite in days instead of weeks, and soldiers found both terror and triumph in the air. Elias' vision proved that money, wisely placed, could quite literally lift men into the heavens. He spat softly into the wet dirt, voice dropping into a near whisper. So remember this, every dream that seems impossible, ain't that a matter of wings or wheels? It whether coin and courage meet at the right crossroads. Elias had both, thanks to a woman who dared believe in more than interest rates. That what built the future, not greed alone, but faith financed in steel and canvas. The cowboy tipped his hat back, listening to thunder roll far and long. The lesson ain't about flying, nor about lamps, nor even about railroads or wells. It about how finance, when wielded by a steady hand on a bridle, don't just chase profit. It shapes worlds, carves skies, and turns fools into legends. And under the storm, lit by fire and memory, I reckon that worth remembering.